back to order and ask everybody to join in the pledge as Warren gets that queued up for us.
I guess.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Warren, you want to do the roll call for us, please?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, as I call your name, please give me a verbal response so I can note you on the roll call. Mr. Ahrens.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brown.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Coyne.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Ms. DeVore.
Present.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Easley, I have you noted as here. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Hoops. Ms. Johnson.
Here.
Thank you, Cindy. Good morning. Mr. Kenyon.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kinsler. I'm going to say that was probably not Mr. Kinsler. I see Mr. Hoops coming in through the waiting room, so I will note him as present, Mr. Hoops. Mr. Klein.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Mr. Law.
Present.
Thank you. Miss Moore.
Present.
Thank you, Aaron. Miss Thayer.
Present.
Thank you, ma'am. Miss Tomasi.
Here.
Thank you. Any other board members we missed? Mr. Harvey, Mr. Kinsler. All right, Mr. Chairman, that constitutes a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody. Next item is welcoming remarks. So, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Well, and good morning to everybody. And just to clarify, Kathy and I have been married for 50 years. So it's not a one-shot deal. Anyway, I know your meeting yesterday went good. I'm thankful that you're doing this through Kimmer, on the Kimmer Zoom. We wish you were here. We hope to see you here in the future. We've enjoyed all the projects that the business councils helped us with, and we look forward in the next few years to work with the council on some other projects for the Cameron Diamondville area. So I know you're busy today, so thank you for being here. If there's anything we can do for you, just don't hesitate to call. And with that, I'll let you guys get to work, and I'll do the same. Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Tony. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, first item we have for action is consideration of our consent agenda items. I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved for Mark Law.
Well, do we have a second? Did you get the second there, Warren?
Yes, sir, I did, Miss Tomasi.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve the consent agenda items, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Consent agenda items approved. Next item is CEO report. Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a presentation I'll share, so hold on a moment.
Let the record show that when Josh took his item, he was 11 minutes ahead of schedule.
Hoping to utilize those.
No pressure there, Mr. CEO.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board. Thank you for some time to talk today. And really the big item on my presentation today is a look at the business relief programs and diving down into some of the statistics, as well as covering the current programs that are in place. I've been thinking a lot about this quote over the last few months. I think all of us have probably heard this a few times, and the roots of this quote are not fully known, and they don't. It doesn't say whether it's whether this is a positive type of thing, like "May you live in an interesting times," or whether it's actually a bit of a curse. And so, I think that as we look at what we've been going through over the last few months, as well as what we'll be working through in the coming years with the state of Wyoming, we are definitely in interesting times. And so we're going to look at what I would consider a very brief moment in time over the last 7 months of a really dramatic change. But I think as we sit and think about, and virtually we are in Kimmer, Wyoming, and as Mr. Brown mentioned earlier, the folks in Wheatland face a similar fate in some ways, that there are some interesting times ahead for us. And being in the Business Council and being a part of the board, as well as the members of the Business Council, we are taking that, and I think we're rising to the challenge, and we want to be in these interesting times and try to make a difference. It is going to be an incredible challenge. I think, as we heard yesterday from a number of members of business leaders within Kimmer's community, it's going to be challenging outside of what we're experiencing in this moment of time with COVID. And so as we do that, I think as we make decisions and as we plan our futures together and for Wyoming, the weight of that is something that I know we're all really banding together and working hard to carry. And so before we get started, just to thank everyone for their service there. So as we kind of go back through and think about, and many of, this might be review for many of us, but I do want to take just a moment and remind everyone all of the things that have been going on over the course of the last few months as it relates to our, COVID-19 public health crisis response, and how the Business Council and how businesses and our partners around Wyoming have been really working together to do our best to make it through this pretty challenging time. And so, really right off the bat, we began communicating with businesses and putting on webinars and helping people through this challenge. And that obviously was something that, due to our expertise within our organization, as well as our technical work to be able to deliver those were really, really successful and important to the state, and we got a lot of great feedback. But then, in mid-May, as the legislature convened and all of these, all of the bills that were passed to help with the CARES Act funding and how it will get spread out throughout the state came to pass, the Business Council board, as well as the team, really began focusing 100% on that. And I say 100% just because I don't want to round it, but we'll be, in all honesty, we have focused all of our efforts on CARES Act and how to get that money out in various ways to the businesses and to the people of Wyoming. And so we launched that very first fund on June 8th in very, very quick fashion. And we closed that in less than a month and had distributed almost $100 million. And of course, all of you were a big piece of that in not only approving that, but also really helping us develop the rules, develop the process, and utilize your expertise and networks throughout the state to make sure that program went off without a hitch. And it really, I think that's a pretty fair statement, that it went off without a hitch. And then the next two programs we began developing really, somewhat in parallel with that, but in earnest after that interruption fund closed. And these two programs are a little bit more challenging, and we're a lot more involved and a bit more complicated from not just the business perspective, but also from our perspective of delivering these. And but I think all in all, it's been also been a success. We've had a hiccup or two here and there, which is not uncommon when you move with this kind of speed. But so far, $210 million has been applied for through all of those funds. And as you might recall, only 225 million is available in the relief and mitigation funds all told. So, we feel like in the next week or so, with the rate of applications declining, as well as the amount of money that's left in those funds, that we will be wrapping up those programs within the next week. We're working hard to put out messaging to make sure that people apply. And that includes not just email messaging, social media posts, and through our website, but also getting out on the radio waves to make sure that we're reaching all of the businesses in Wyoming. Now, to add a little bit of, complexity and complication to the mix, we also were able to develop a program called Connect Wyoming that is really aimed at delivering broadband to those unserved and underserved areas of the state. And Ms. Erin Moore, one of our board members, as well as Ryan Kudra, along with the Broadband Advisory Council and some consultants, really put together a fantastic program with the governor's office in order to deliver the broadband to the state and utilize this CARES Act funding to help with telehealth, teleeducation, and really just making sure that we can connect with those very rural parts of the state that might not otherwise be served. And this is it's pretty exciting. You all recall a couple weeks ago, you approved $86 million worth of applications. The contracting has been moving forward, and we have I think it's around 60 or $70 million worth of those contracts out and now in play, and the work has begun to deliver broadband access to the communities throughout the state. And so we'll be hearing more about that in the coming board meeting in December to hear how the progress is going. But again, I think if you take a look at it and you add all those numbers up, it's a tremendous amount of money that we're putting into the state, and a tremendous amount of work that's been gone into delivering really on and helping people through a very challenging time. So just to kind of recap and give a little bit more specifics on the funds that we're working on now, as we're going to take a deep dive into the statistics of the interruption fund, because now that it has been completely closed, we were able to do some data analysis. We'll do the same for the relief fund and the mitigation fund, but today we're going to look at those from a pretty high level. So if we focus on these particular funds that we're looking at here, the relief fund had two components, and this is, I don't think it's really that confusing, but it's really important to kind of note the distinction. The relief fund had a component that was based on those folks that were required to close due to state health orders, and that was a $50 million set aside. Of that $50 million, 46.4 has been requested to date, and you can see the breakdown there. About 90% of that money is from businesses, and 10% of that money is from nonprofits. Our team has gone through and approved 42 of the $46 million there. Now that process we're going to dive into in a future slide, but essentially we take in the application and then we go through and make sure that it matches up with other databases within the state, that they are in good standing, and that they meet the muster in order to get paid. So those things are happening as well. So we've approved quite a bit of those, and we're working through the remaining applications. If we take a look at the other portion of the relief fund, that has originally it started with $125 million in it, but the governor asked us to take $10 million from the mitigation fund for a total of $135 million in that relief fund. $135 million has been requested to date. And so as you can see there, the bulk of that for businesses, but another almost $7 million from our nonprofit organizations throughout the state. And again, we have been working through the approvals there, and there has been $112 million approved in the relief fund. And then finally, the mitigation fund, and for those folks maybe listening in through the public and for the first time, the mitigation fund was not about business loss. Rather, it was about the expenses that were incurred as a way to mitigate and protect your staff or your customers from the effects of COVID-19. And so those applications were available to basically any business within the state of Wyoming. There were no employee restrictions. You can see here that of the $40 million that is available in that fund, there is a total of 28 million that's been requested, and we've gone through and approved 21 million. So we do think that the number of applicants on that one is starting to dwindle. Again, we're trying to make sure that everyone takes full advantage of it. But that fund, there may be funds left that can be utilized either in these other programs or for another use as the governor chooses. With that, we'll take a quick dive into our process. You know, one of the things that we do feel is important is to make sure that we are good stewards of this money. This is money that is something that we take very seriously and make sure that we're very cautious about how it gets spent throughout the state. We want to honor those Treasury guidelines as well as ensure that this money that all of us at one point or another paid into in tax money comes back to us in the right ways, and that we're good stewards of that money. And so we are taking a number of steps to ensure that the businesses that do receive it are appropriate and should. So we have a number of steps in our review process that include making sure that the business is registered with the Secretary of State in good standing. The state auditor's office reviews that. We do have a number of, also from bouncing that off of national databases as well. And then those businesses then register with the the state auditor's office, and they are able to be paid by EFT or check. Again, we are auditing in line with this process as well as after the fact to ensure that the businesses that received money are, again, appropriate and that they pass muster. The last thing we want to do is have any businesses in Wyoming really either taking advantage of this system or really be open up for more scrutiny from the federal government, because that is definitely a possibility. So we want to make sure that our businesses are above the bar in every way and help them out that way. We're going to take a deep dive now that the interruption fund, that first $98.6 million that was put out in just a few short weeks in June, we're going to take a deep dive into that money and look at a little bit of demographics of where that money was spent and how it was for the 4,200 businesses that were funded with the interruption fund. First things first, taking a look at the number of employees that those businesses had. I think this really shows that the intent of the program, which was to help those smallest businesses that might have been very hard hit, took full advantage of it. And you can see here that there were 3,500 of the 4,200 applicants that had 1 to 5 employees. So it really did hit those smallest businesses. Was a fantastic program for them. They were able to take advantage of it. And, we really did receive an outpouring of support and thanks for this program for some of those smallest businesses. This is a graph that I think is really important for us to take a look at and see that that we had a pretty even amount per capita throughout the counties in Wyoming. And you can see that the number of applications as well as the funds that were delivered in each of these communities was pretty even, with the exception of Teton County. And I think we can point to a few things that make up for that difference and really show why that difference occurred. One is that there are many businesses in those very hard hit industries like tourism and hospitality that are in Teton County, probably a higher proportion of businesses in that county than in other counties throughout the state. There were also some local health restrictions that may have contributed to some of the challenges that businesses faced, and also a bit of a higher cost of living there, which can account for more of those losses. And so as we look at this, this is something that I know that board members across the state and businesses across the state really did band together to ensure that each county was represented and had an opportunity to take advantage of these funds. And I think that this really does show that we all did a great job of getting the money out there, making sure that all of the counties and communities in the state were represented. So a really good job here. We have looking at the lessons that we learned with the business relief programs and how we've come together as a team to do that. We are learning some things that I think are going to be important as we move forward and as we face more challenges that are outside this particular event, and really more things that we're going to have to deal with over time. Again, as we virtually sit in Kimmer, and as we think about the challenges that community faces, we have to look around at the other communities in the state and say, they're not alone. There are many other communities that will face this similar fate or are facing that today. And so as we looked at the business relief program, we began to say, how do we extrapolate what we've learned there so that we can begin to utilize that in the future? And a few things came out of this that I think are really important and not necessarily super groundbreaking, but I think important and will take some discipline moving forward. The first one is that focus drives results. And we all know that if we were to say, we're going to take the business relief program and a couple folks from our team are going to handle it, and we're going to continue to do business as usual and do that, we would have had a really challenging time to do what we've done. And so having the entire team focus on one big effort really showed us what we're able to do in a short amount of time to make a really big impact. And that's a lesson that we're going to take moving forward to make sure that we're not watering our efforts down. Also, that collaboration with other state agencies as well as our partners throughout the state really did create some efficiency. It took some of the load off of us and allowed us to focus on certain things and rely on our partners and other agencies to do what they do best. And there's nothing like a good old global pandemic to really help people band together and work hard. But in our minds, we don't want to say once this event is over that we don't have to do that anymore. We want to continue to utilize that collaboration and really show what's possible when we work together. Listening to the businesses throughout the state and reaching out to key stakeholders has really been important. I think not just for the business relief programs, but as we look to the future, listening to our customers, and those are the businesses throughout the state and folks throughout the state that are influential, to understand what the needs are and understand what communities really need. And that's, I think, been something that not only have we started to do in the last few years as we've been developing strategic plan and as we get closer and closer to communities, but it's also something that we realize may mean some structural changes and some changes in the way we do things. And we're all really open to that. I think doing the same thing as we've been doing it can be a good thing. However, we all realize that the world changes quickly and it's going to continue to change. And so listening and ensuring that we're doing what is important is what we need to be doing. This is a little bit of this comes from a little bit of coaching in other areas, but we always say slow is smooth and smooth is fast. And what we mean by that is really what we want to do is make sure that we're planning deliberately, that we're working hard to do things in a smooth fashion, not necessarily in a hurried or frantic fashion. And when things are thrust upon you, like we're facing right now with not only the global pandemic, but also with the CARES Act money, we definitely saw that as a really big challenge, and it can really cause some frustration and some excitement and in a negative way. And what we said is let's all slow down, let's be calm about it, let's do this in a methodical way. And while it may seem like that is not moving as fast or as hurried as people would like, the result will actually be better. And so that discipline is really important. And then finally, the agility to be able to respond in changing situations is something that when we have a small organization like the Business Council, we're able to move. We are able to focus and move. And I think not only are we able to do it because we're small, but we're also able to do it because of frankly, the cover that the board, the governor's office, and legislators were able to provide to us to say, we understand that you may not be doing your normal course of business like you would normally. And right now it's okay because we want you to focus on this problem. And I think that agility it's a real team effort. One, we have to make that decision internally, but two, we have to rely on our board, on the governor's office, on legislators to provide us the ability to be agile. So that's been a key component, and it's something that we'll take forward. And really, as we started to look at what was important for us in moving forward, because while I say we've been focused 100% on business relief programs, we have been looking at what's next because we have to. Again, the pandemic's going to go away, but the challenges in Kimmer and Wheatland and other communities throughout the state are not. And so we need to be looking at how do we take these lessons and how do we drive them. And I want us to think about at least these three, because it will help us understand how we will be moving forward, how we will deliver our services, and how we'll make a difference in the state as we move forward. This is it's a little bit of a challenging time, I think, and we all understand that. Not only is the COVID-19 pandemic a challenge that we're facing and we're working through, but we're also facing at the state some really, really devastating revenue challenges that cause our agency some pain. And we've been asked to reduce our budget by 10%, which is a big challenge, and also come up with plans for a 20% reduction. And those are not easy. They're difficult to navigate. And so we are going to do that by looking at things like focusing our efforts in certain areas and not being watered down. Frankly, we don't have either the budget or the personnel to be able to do that. In fact, while we are looking for 3 new positions, we have given up 5 positions to the state, which included a couple of folks who were laid off in positions that were not necessarily going to help us deliver exactly what we needed to, as well as giving up some positions that were open that we will not be able to utilize in the future, taking our staff down even more. So that means we're going to have to make sure that we meet needs directly by listening and continue to have that agility to be able to do that. This challenge is not going to go away. It's going to continue at least for the next biennium and perhaps longer. And we want to utilize this challenge not just to make the cuts and survive, but figure out a way to thrive and looking at different ways to do things and working with our partners to say, hey, this is what the money looks like for the next few years. We're going to have to deliver services. We're going to ask for things from you in a different way. So please take this as an impetus for change, not just to say, how do we hunker down and survive, but how do we change so that we can thrive in what we have in this budget? And, I started this talk thinking about and talking about this quote. And I actually don't really think this is the appropriate quote. I think it's this. I think we have a tremendous opportunity. And I think that we have been personally, and I think our team would say the same, we're very thankful to be able to serve in interesting times. And we see this as a great moment for us to help the state at a challenging time and be in a position to help out those businesses across the state. And so really to us, we look at it as a great opportunity, a great honor, and something that we'll continue to do so that we can build that resilience that we all know we need. With that, I'd like to just take a few moments and answer any questions that you might have and dive back into the stats or open the floor for comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Josh. Any questions for Josh or comments from the board?
Josh, I'm a data geek. So the slides that you have were not in our public packet. can you guys post a link to those or something so we can make sure we share those out? That is amazingly important data as we go forward for us to figure out where the other stressors are going to be should this pandemic continue again next year. So I appreciate, I don't know if people really recognize the amount of time and the commitment that the staff put into developing these programs, not only developing them so quickly while being smooth during the process, but delivering them literally. When you say the whole staff was a part of it, they were. And we're not talking standard 40 hours a week. There was evening work, weekend work. I am so proud of the staff and the dedication that they had to helping the state's small businesses through this.
Thank you, and very well said. And I feel like I might have heard that you were volunteering to help us head up the data analysis planning for all of the data, because it is really important, and it's going to inform us, but it's also good for people to realize and understand what went on and how it went out throughout the state. And so thank you, Kim, for the comments and also for your help with the data this far and moving forward. So thank you.
Josh?
Yes.
Yeah, Mark here. Hey, thank you for the great representation. I'm, incredibly proud to be part of this. Obviously a newbie, but I'm kind of a metaphor guy, and they had a show where they were showing the trainees that were delivering mail up in New England on the lakes, the mail boat people, and they have to run from dock to dock, but the boat doesn't stop moving. And so some of them make it and some of it don't, and they land in the water. And so I started thinking, I said, that's kind of what the Wyoming Business Council has been up to here lately, because the boat's moving and we have to catch it, and it's not going to wait for us. And so thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the presentation. And I, for one, am pretty excited about what the future holds in spite of the adversities ahead.
Thanks, Mark.
So Josh, anybody else have any comments?
Real quickly, Mr. Chairman, Josh, Chuck Brenna, I would just like to add my kudos to you and to your staff. It is absolutely incredible what you all have accomplished in this 90 days or this short period of time. And so great job well done to you and your people.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? All right, Josh, just want to echo kudos to the team, but one of the things I think that really needs to be talked about just a tad bit is, I mean, you kind of went over some of the changes that we've had in personnel and the team count and that type of thing. I know there may be some criticism out there, with all the cuts that are going on statewide, and here's the business council adding 3 positions, and obviously those questions get asked. They're good questions, but you have to sort of look a little deeper to understand that. Could you maybe just recap what your response is when asked that question? Because I think it's important that we do that, and it also, I think understanding how much our team has done with limited resources, I'm sure is part of that explanation. And so if you could just elaborate on that for us a bit.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And this is, as I mentioned, this is a very challenging time, not just because of the work that we have to do and we are honored to do, but also because the external environment changes pretty rapidly. And a lot of folks I don't think knew that, in a lot of ways, our budget was cut to begin with during the budget session. And so not having the ability to add staff or add money to our big program, BRC, was a challenge in itself. And then we were asked to reduce that. And really, there's no way around looking at this as a way to we want to help out the state, and while we want to fight to keep as many positions as we can, we realized that we would not be able to do that. And so we went from 45 positions down to, I believe it is 39 positions, all told. And so with right now we're at 36, and so we're going to add 3 positions. And those positions are really incredibly important for us to deliver and help build some resilience within the state's economy. And so while many other agencies might have been fully staffed before this and may only be looking at layoffs, we were in the somewhat fortunate position to have some open positions, to have some flexibility, to restructure how we're doing things so that we could, again, add 3 positions. However, the net is that we're down a number of positions and had to give those back, and we will not be able to get them again. And so we are bringing some folks on, and hopefully bringing some talent on that will make a difference and make our towns more resilient, make our businesses stronger. We're doing those in a few areas, and I think these are important. The brand strategist is looking at how do we develop and how do we communicate our services and products that we have to the state so that they can best utilize them. That's an important component. That communication component is extremely important. And looking at it from a high level so that we can begin to communicate with not only private businesses, but with our stakeholders and our partners. The next position that we're looking at is a development finance position. And again, that position is really focused on not just how do we count the beans, but how do we help communities put deals together that are going to benefit them, and maybe in untraditional ways. And we knew that our financial horsepower needed to be increased. If you think about who you'll talk to here in a moment, Josh Keefe has been doing that all by himself for a number of years, and he's been doing a fantastic job. But to be able to extend his knowledge throughout the state and to be able to extend his work throughout the state, we have added in the past year, we've added Justin Mabey to that team, and now we're adding another position to that team because we realize understanding the way financial tools can help communities and businesses is critically important. And having someone with that financial brain to leverage throughout the state is going to really be a multiplier, if you will, on what we're able to accomplish. And then finally, we're looking at someone who can help innovate the services and products that the Business Council has. And some of you might be scratching your head saying, well, what does that mean? What does services and products that the Business Council have? Well, we look at our programs and our technical expertise. So things like business ready communities, our loan programs, the technical expertise that we have, we look at those as products and services for businesses and communities. And what we have found is that we need to continue to change with the times. We need to continue to address the needs of Wyoming, and we need to continue to look outside of Wyoming to see what other innovative products and services we could be providing that maybe other states or other areas are utilizing. And so having that position is incredibly important to make sure that we're keeping ahead and delivering structural changes to our programs that might need help with the legislators or with the governor's office. And so those positions are going to help us really move forward. And again, while it is a tough time and while many agencies are only able to cut because they were fully staffed, we just, because we were not fully staffed, we were able to still honor those 10 and perhaps even 20% budget cuts with the governor's office and with the state, while still being able to move our organization forward.
Thanks, Josh. And when things get very lean, it's really incumbent upon leadership. And I just, kudos to you, Josh, for guiding the folks through this, of making sure that every person in every position is clearly aligned to people's talents as well as the needs of the organization. And as you make those changes, I know there's also been shifting of duties within the organization as well. And just kudos to the team for their ability to rise to the occasion, take on new challenges, and thank you for your leadership and kind of getting things, refocused through all the changes that we've had. And I also would say that 8:30 when I asked my question, you were on time, so I'll take the hit for running you over. So, but I think it was worth hearing the discussion on the team because that's a super important part of what we're doing. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you to everyone, Mr. Chairman and board members. Again, the ability to serve at a time like this is what, leaders don't seek it out, but they hope to be in a position to make a difference. And I think our entire team feels the same way. So thank you for that. I do want to sort of move a little bit from all of the heaviness because we realize that we still, life goes on and things continue. And I want to do maybe a brief departure from all of that. And I want to give a little bit of a happy birthday shout out to somebody who's really important to the business council and celebrated a milestone birthday very recently. So Mike, happy birthday. Thank you for all of your work at the Business Council and for your leadership during this time. I truly appreciate it. And I know everyone on the board and within our team knows how big of a difference you have made. So here's just plus there's just a picture as cute as that. You have to show it in public. So
I don't know how the heck you got that, but you better, you're a creative dude, I can say.
Well, thanks for indulging me for a few minutes. Thank you. And happy birthday.
Yeah. Okay, now that I've totally lost my train of thought. Okay, I guess our next item would be strategy discussion. So Sarah, how about we turn it over to you?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And hello, Business Council Board. It's great to see you this morning. I think we'll kind of carry on with that levity and kind of future-looking conversation with the next discussion around strategy. So I'm going to share my screen here. Can everybody see that? Good. All right. Yeah. So I want to kind of take us back, and I want to take a minute to reflect a little bit. What we're going to do with this conversation is really kind of recenter ourselves on the strategy, and really focus in on our purpose, especially that phrase, creating new opportunities for current and future generations of Wyomingites. If you think about the last few months, it's been wild, and Josh talked a little bit about that. But at the Business Council, we've been changing, and we've had an eventful last year. If you think about it, it's kind of hard to believe that we just adopted this new strategy. It was only a little bit over a year ago. And so we've been really making a lot of changes. We've got a new CEO. We've made a lot of changes over the last year. And not to say anything about the tremendous changes that have come along with the coronavirus as well. And so I want to just kind of take a minute to recenter on this strategy and really think about what it means to create new opportunities for current and future generations of Wyomingites now after everything has changed. In the last year or so, we have made some good progress on the initiatives that that we decided on to help implement our strategy. We've aligned decisions with the Business Ready Community Program, and we're rewriting the rules for that too. We've also forged strong partnerships and worked with communities in more meaningful ways than ever to drive Team Wyoming as One Wyoming forward in terms of recruiting and all sorts of things. And we've also launched some new programs, especially relative to the aerospace and defense industry, and we're continuing to work on those things. But, we would be really remiss if we didn't say, okay, we developed this strategy last year, but now everything is different. In the last few years, the landscape has really, really changed. The transition that really spurred our conversation about refreshing our strategy last year in the first place, the energy transition has really been accelerated by COVID-19 and coronavirus and all of the impacts that that's had. At the same time, trends like remote work and entrepreneurship and innovation have become really ubiquitous and really, really, really important. While all of that is changing and while all of that is going on, and Josh mentioned it as well, our state budgets have decreased. And so we're trying to do all of this with less money. And so today I wanted to kind of look at this and say, okay, everything is different. How do we operate now? And that's really the question. Where do we go now? Two ways to do that, and two things that we're going to focus on today. First is focusing on what matters most, and that's creating new opportunities for Wyomingites. That's our purpose. And we're also going to think about what we can actually do about creating new opportunities for Wyomingites. What's in our control and what's not in our control. And then we also need to think about reshaping how we get there. And Josh talked a little bit about this. We need to deepen our understanding of customers' needs. The only way that we can shift and be agile enough to change with the rapid pace of change that's going on right now is to really understand what businesses are going through and the challenges that they're facing so that we can shift and move with them. So that first question, what does new opportunities mean to Wyomingites? We've been talking to more Wyomingites and more businesses than ever over the past few months, and the Business Relief Program has really enabled us to do that. These are just a few kind of anecdotes, but when you think about from most of what we hear from Wyomingites kind of boils down to two different things. First, it's people love living in Wyoming. People love working in Wyoming. And that has been something that has really been augmented and emphasized through COVID-19. As people in cities become more and more isolated, and the isolation in Wyoming actually becomes more freedom. And we hear people being grateful for living in Wyoming. We hear about people moving to Wyoming, and that lifestyle is a really important piece of what we hear about what Wyomingites need and want from Wyoming. But the other part of that, and these are intrinsically related, is jobs and work. So people want to enjoy that lifestyle, but in order to do that, in order to enable it, you need jobs and you need work. Those might not be traditional jobs. Those are more and more remote work opportunities and more gig economy opportunities, 1099 work. But in order to really kind of bring that whole Wyoming lifestyle together, people talk about jobs. So jobs and lifestyle, those are kind of the two important things that we've been hearing about. And I'm sure you guys have more to add to that. But when we think about those opportunities, really what's important to us and what's important to the work that we do at the Business Council and that you all do as the board is asking the question, what can we do to create those new opportunities? And this is one of the learnings that we have really learned from the business release program. You know, focusing on what we control and laser focusing on the things that we can actually influence is going to be the only way that we can get things done. We have a number of things that we can control, and we have a lot of power within that. We can control how we invest our money. We can control how we focus our time, who we work with, the programs we create and the ones that we get rid of, and how we work. There are some things that we can influence, but we don't necessarily have direct control over. We can influence sometimes community decisions. We can sometimes influence company decisions. We can sometimes influence our budget. But then there's a lot in this everything else category. We can't influence what other states are doing. We can't influence what global markets do. We can't influence policy, and we can't influence state revenue. So within all of that, we really need to focus our time on the decisions that are within the sphere of our control, and to some extent, the sphere of influence. So thinking about all of that, and going back to what the metrics that we defined to measure, are we accomplishing our strategy and how is Wyoming doing? You know, a lot of these things they're very, very important for understanding how Wyoming's economy is doing. But when you look at these things like real median income, employment, GDP, growth in new sectors, those really high level economic indicators, a lot of the things that influence those, and really the strongest drivers that influence those, are out of our control. They're in this everything else bucket. And so what I want to introduce today is a simplification of these metrics, and really a simplification of understanding what do new opportunities mean to Wyomingites, and how do we know if we're doing that? And that's this really simple framework. This is simply, how many new opportunities did we enable as the Business Council? Those might be traditional jobs, those might be 1099 work, that might be remote work. And then you multiply that by the compensation of those opportunities that we created. And within this new world, those might just be basic wages, those might be benefits, those might also include contracts, and they might also include other compensation, depending on what kind of opportunities we're talking about there. A couple things to note here are, this is not, it may seem a little bit quantitative because there's a multiplication sign there in the middle, but this is not a cut and dry equation or formula. It's simply a starting point. There's no threshold that this has to be above. You don't have to be like, okay, we're above 5.4, and so this project makes it. We're below 4.2, and so this program's out. It's not like that. It's a framework to start discussions around. And if you think about, the levers that we can pull and the knobs that we can turn to influence how many new opportunities can we enable, or what's the compensation of those new opportunities that we've enabled, there's a lot that can come behind that. And so a lot of the metrics that, that we measure our individual programs by, like investment, number of companies helped, things like that, those kind of contribute into this. But what this does is it allows for a broad conversation around all of those different inputs, but it focuses it on these two factors and combines them really intrinsically by combining them into this formula.
Hey, Sarah.
With that, I want to stop and see. Yep, perfect.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just wanted to get you before you shifted to another topic. So I think traditionally or historically, as the legislature has looked at the success of the Business Council, I think we got the message a couple years ago, or a lifetime ago, that was just last year, maybe lifetime ago, that it was traditional jobs. That was a huge thing. And so we're bringing in, two things that I think are really indicative of where their future may be headed with these remote work and 1099 type work. Can you just, for everybody else that's out there, can you kind of talk about what that means, and then what has to be done in order to be able to measure that, but also have people understand, what that new segment of our workforce may look like? Just spend a few seconds just to familiarize people with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I'm working from my home right now. Many people are. Remote work has increased exponentially, maybe more than exponentially, across since in the last few months. And we all see evidence of that, and we all kind of know that. What that has done for Wyoming is it's kind of level the playing field for us, especially when we think about those new sectors that we talk about in our strategy. Those new sectors generally being kind of the knowledge sector, so finance and healthcare. Those types of jobs are able to be done remotely, and historically, those jobs would happen in big cities. But now, those people who work at those companies and do those jobs are able to work from anywhere. And that, combined with that lifestyle piece that we're hearing, that people, who are from Wyoming or moving to Wyoming is a more and more appealing place. And so that remote work sector, people either moving to Wyoming to work remotely, or people working remotely at jobs that they had done in Wyoming from an office before, or from a different, from a work facility before. Those jobs are changing. 1099 work is kind of the gig work, the gig economy, kind of generally it's called that. So that means that you might not have one employer. You might have many employers, or you might have a few employers, but what you're doing is you're working for yourself, and you're working and you're contracting or through some other mechanism, working for many employers. And those are really trends that we saw happening before COVID-19 happened, but that have been really accelerated by COVID-19. And so we had thought about, how do we measure these things, and how does this play into Wyoming's economy before COVID-19 happened? But now it's become a really, really important thing to wrap our arms around and understand how it's impacting the economy. Now, one important thing to note in how these components are worded is these are new opportunities enabled by the Business Council. It's really hard to measure how many remote workers there are and how much 1099 work is available. But what this does, by only talking about what have we enabled, that gets us really focused on the decisions that we can make and what's in our control. And it enables us to actually measure if we've created those new opportunities and new jobs.
So, Sarah, I have a question. This is Kathy. So, Josh, in his CEO report, told us that a branding strategist was going to be looked at to be hired. What role do you see the branding strategist playing in this, in enticing people to come to Wyoming? And maybe you'll talk about that in a little while, but how do people find out this is an awesome place to do remote work from?
Excellent question. I'm glad you asked that, Kathy. And that brand strategist will be essential to creating Wyoming's brand, not only the Business Council's brand. We're not concerned with the Business Council's brand. We're concerned with Wyoming's brand and making sure that businesses and people know what's being offered by Wyoming. So that person is going to be essential in determining that strategy. But I do want to say that we're not waiting around for that person to get on board. We're eagerly awaiting that person to be on board, but we are collaborating right now with the Office of Tourism on an initiative to market Wyoming to remote workers in markets where we see kind of a little bit of distress, people feeling like they want to get out of cities in places like Denver and California and Texas, and really, what that comes down to is that lifestyle piece, right? And so that's why that collaboration with the Office of Tourism is so important, because the same things that draw tourists to Wyoming to take a vacation here are the things that draw people to come here and work and live.
I have a question when you get an opportunity.
Go ahead, Mark.
Sarah, I just was curious, and I appreciate your presentation thus far. One of the things for me that I'm trying to assess, as we talk about this perhaps change in migration patterns, if you will, and I see it somewhat as twofold. One being a bit more panic-centered. I see that certainly up in Sheridan is kind of a land grab right now, and I see it. There's evidence in a lot of states in and around us in South Dakota, Wyoming, and our housing market's kind of just insane at the moment. It doesn't even make sense. But assuming that we get through that sort of piece, as a business council, are we in a position to try to assess some of the encumbrances for those remote workers? Because I see that here that there's some people that would probably like to come, and of course the ongoing conversation that's been going on forever in some of the communities is how are we going to house these people and things like that. But I also work with a lot of pretty young folks, and their expectations on housing are a lot different than what mine was at that age. One just rolled up here from Florida, a videographer living out of a converted Sprinter van, for example, and they're just so excited to be here. But back to my question is, housing has always been a huge encumbrance, but maybe what we need to do is reassess how we look at that. Accessory dwellings, things like that, smaller places, because they're a lot of these remote workers' expectation is maybe not what we necessarily think it might be.
Yeah, that's a really, really good observation, Mark, and I appreciate that. One thing that I want to point out here is that's kind of one of the levers that we can turn to increase new opportunities times compensation, right? Is to provide the type of housing that might be enabled there. But it's also important to recognize what's maybe not included within this formula, and that's revenue. That was one of the things that that is outside of our control. And so when you talk about encumbrances, housing is one of them. State revenue is something that people talk about when we talk about, creating new jobs inside Wyoming or bringing new jobs to Wyoming. And we really think it's our job to increase new opportunities and increase the compensation of those new opportunities. And then we think the rest of that will kind of follow. So I see this as kind of the fulcrum. So, you've got all kinds of inputs like housing and lifestyle and the companies that we recruit here, the companies that we help start here and build here. And then you've also kind of got what do you do with that, and good things will happen if we increase this.
Great, thank you.
Any more questions on that before I move on? Great. Well, we are going to continue working on this. And this has really been, you know, we've started to think about our decisions as staff internally, kind of through this lens. And I think it really just kind of boils this down and helps us ask the question, you know, our investments, our decisions, are the actions that we're taking contributing to creating new opportunities for Wyomingites? And so I hope that this is kind of a useful tool for all of you as you think about decisions as well, in terms of questioning whether this is helping to execute our strategy or not. But that doesn't mean very much if we don't do anything about it. And so what I want to do now is really have a conversation and really get your input on what challenges businesses are facing. All of you, most of you are business people, and I know that you talk to business people in your communities. We've done a lot of talking to business people too, and like I said at the beginning of the presentation, you know, the only way that we can keep up with the changes that are happening at the pace that they're happening is to really understand what businesses are going through and what challenges they are facing at each moment. And so I really want to just take this time to see what challenges you are hearing about from businesses in your communities, and maybe they're your own businesses, and just to try to kind of really hone in on that problem so that we can make sure that we're developing the solutions that businesses actually need at the right time.
Sarah, this is Pam. So that's funny because I have a list going. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you great.
Great, okay. So in the strategies and issues or concerns or challenges, I guess, that we're really hearing in Carbon County across the board, and I've heard it up in Natrona and across my travels, is, you know, we're talking about recruiting and remote workers and traditional, but I'm hearing the boots on the ground, the staff for our service. I have 4 restaurants in Carbon County that want to open and they can't find staff. And so I don't know if other board members, Kathy's shaking her head. It is just restaurant owners. We have a lot of people saying we would increase our business, we would increase our hours. I mean, Su Casa, one of our best restaurants in Carbon County, has had to close 2 days a week because they can't get staff. And they're not even open in their dining room. That's just cooks and delivery and to-go orders. So our probably biggest challenges facing our businesses, I'm hearing, are staff at the service level, boots on the ground.
And just to piggyback on that, Pam, yesterday when we had our visual walkthrough, a side conversation was held between 2 of the industrial leaders, and they said they can't find knowledgeable, educated workers. They are just at a loss to find those, and they look all over for them, and they can't get anybody to come here. So.
Kathy, that's true, because Sinclair just put out a big, Sinclair had a hiring freeze, and now they're looking for some entry level. And I had talked to the HR director the other day, and she said, we would like to hire some people, but when their families came to check out, even Saratoga, you know, they were short-staffed at a couple of their restaurants. So yeah, that's true, even in the big industries at those entry levels.
I would just tack on, you know, what I heard yesterday going on down in Kemerer is finding some of those skilled electricians and welders. And unfortunately, I think it is tough to find the skilled tradespeople. They're so critical, not just for the businesses that operate, but the businesses that need those services to continue operating. I know that here in Teton County, we've had challenges with some of the heavy equipment operators and even garbage collection companies finding enough skilled drivers and equipment operators to take care of some of the basic needs of the community. And, obviously that has a domino effect. And then I think to Mark's point on housing, housing clearly is a huge issue here in Teton County. And, it's unaffordable for all but, the top 5% of wage earners in Teton County. And I think while we like bringing in folks from out of state that are going to, use Wyoming as a base for their work from home operation, it exacerbates the housing problem. And so those folks that are coming in and working from home, while they contribute in many ways and they become in many cases active members of the community, clearly they spend money and generate sales tax dollars. It creates another issue with housing because oftentimes those folks may have means to live wherever they want. They choose to live here. They can afford it, and it just makes housing for those more traditional workers like the restaurant workers that much harder.
Sarah, this is John. One of the things that I'm recognizing is a lot of our traditional suppliers who are having problems acquiring products. We almost need diversification in a supply chain, almost like a directory list or something like that. So when somebody gets caught up in not being able to find something, there's a reference point to finding a different supplier or a supply chain. And obviously, if we could do that interstate, that would be even better than going outside of the state. But I don't know if there's some level of networking we can do to that end, but I see that as a huge problem, which is, kicking out the timeframes for when work can be completed, whether they get the part. HAVAC supplies right now are, I guess, where I'm kind of going with this, but we're seeing a lot of those kinds of disruptions.
Hey, Sarah, Eric here. One thing we've seen and that I'd comment on is I'd just describe it as a customers' expectations are evolving more rapidly than normal. Example would be, here in Wyoming, we generally have smaller towns. And someone's expectation may have lagged behind a little bit in Wyoming versus some of the urban areas where maybe someone's expectation in an urban area is that they're going to be able to do things on an app and they won't have to make a phone call and those kinds of things. And in Wyoming, I think that's been more acceptable to have a little bit of a lag there. And I think that gap is closing and it's closing more rapidly, possibly because of some of the new interest in the state, which has been great. We've seen some of the communities where we operate in have more people moving in from those urban areas. So they bring with them those expectations. And then in addition to that, with COVID, people are more likely to want to do things remotely. So I think to be willing and able to commit to investing in the things that are necessary to keep up with those expectations is kind of a trick. It's kind of tough to prioritize those things, but I think we're seeing a shift there.
Hey, Sarah, this is Jason. Oh, go ahead, Kim.
Nope, go Jason.
Kind of along those lines, I would just add that I think one of the challenges we have is education around, I would almost call it economic education. Many of the things we talk about when we reference gig economy and remote working and all these things, I don't think that today resonates with most of Wyoming. And I think that it's probably on us to start to help educate businesses, communities in general about the economic opportunities. because, you know, changing that latency sort of model that was just mentioned, I think that part of that is because we're used to a certain type of business and we're used to certain things, and we all have to change that line of thinking. And so I just think education's a big challenge for us at this point.
And Sarah, mine actually, to build a little more on exactly what Jason said, what we found in COVID was those businesses that were affected, that were able, and you guys know I hate using buzzwords. It kills me that this is going to come out of my mouth, but those businesses that could easily pivot because they honestly had the background, the understanding, and that dynamic that they could shift their business completely to a different delivery model, they did okay. Those businesses that struggle with that, which I think is exactly back to what Jason is talking about, it's that shift and that change in thinking that does not come naturally for everyone, good or bad. It doesn't come naturally for everyone. So I think we can educate, I don't know if educate is the right word, or just assist those businesses that don't pivot quite as easily. COVID was just a really intense situation that exemplified the need for this. Our economy in this state and the general need to diversify what we do is the one that we've been kicking the can on. COVID forced a lot of that change in a different way, but it's doable. If people can shift in a matter of 2 weeks or 3 weeks, we surely can shift some things in this state in a year or a month or 2 years. So I think people just need some assistance on how to do that within their specific company.
Cool. What else are you hearing from businesses?
You know, I think it's fair to approach the discussion from your energy and extraction industries as well. And I mean, the challenge that those businesses are facing is that their markets are going away or their markets are declining. I don't know that there's anything, this probably goes into like your sphere of control, Sarah, but the roll down effect of that, I think is, it does get into business council stuff. So the support businesses, how many support businesses do we have in place that are feeding into the energy, economy, whether it's restaurants or, various services. And other than stating the obvious problem, I mean, that's the challenge that businesses are facing is a lot of their customers that they previously had, or their market are just going away or declining.
Right. Anything else to add kind of in the, oh, go ahead, Erin.
So I do think this is important, and I just want to elaborate a little bit on Mike's point there, because I think it brings to a big conversation, and especially some of the things that Jason and Kim are saying. I think as we look at the economies and stuff, where we're sitting in Wyoming, everything is evolving dramatically, right? Just as Mike said, energy and extraction businesses are going away and markets are declining. But I feel that there's also some areas that are definitely not declining, especially like in the energy industry, right? And Mike, this is especially, I mean, I'd love to be able to dig deeper into some of that because, you know, as we go back on history and really look at events that have happened and big pivotal changes that have taken place, right? New economies or new jobs, new things roll out. And so I think as we're talking about what's going away, what's even more important to be discussing is what's replacing it, and how are we aligning ourselves as a state and our communities to what is it being replaced by, and are we in line for that? You know, we talk about the energy industry declining. I would probably argue that it's not declining, but it is changing dramatically, right? We don't want our energy industry to go away. I mean, we want a better diversification, right? And the energy industry in general is not going away, but it is changing. You know, it's not going to maybe be oil and coal as we move into the future, but our demand for power of sorts to continue to move ourselves and our companies and stuff forward is still going to be there. And so the question is then what we need to start focusing, and where our communities need to start focusing, is how are we aligning ourselves for what is replacing those dramatic changes that we are today. And I think that's where our conversation has to focus going forward. And are we ready for that pivot, as Kim calls it? And if we're not, how are we making sure that we are prepared for that pivot? And that's the conversation that I really think this board and the state needs to be digging deep into, and having that every single one of these board meetings. Where is X industry going, and are we aligning with that?
And Aaron, this is Kathy. I agree wholeheartedly with that. Unfortunately, a lot of the small communities are run by people, and myself and my husband included, that don't, I mean, we have lots of great ideas, but we don't have the expertise to go out there and market ourselves. And I mean, yeah, we have done a lot of things around here to try to promote the Kimmer area, but it is, how do you compete against cities and things like that? And I think a lot of small communities are in the same position as we are. We know we have wonderful facilities here. We have a wonderful way of life, but how do you get that out there? I think marketing is a huge problem for the small communities.
Yeah, and Sarah, this is Jason. You know, I keep coming back to education, and not to beat that drum so loudly, but it includes our government, our municipalities, our organizations. Everybody has to sort of step up to this plate. This isn't new. Like COVID, to Kim's point, COVID expedited things, but we all saw this coming, right? That's why this strategy started to take shape however long ago, 18 months ago or whatever it was. So, I mean, you know, when you look at those challenges, and I know we're on the challenges slide still, when you look at those challenges, you have to look at the opportunities. And I think that's why it's important to say, look, we're trying to create opportunities. We're trying to leverage that isolation that was just mentioned in our small communities. And I think that the best way to do that is we have to get everybody to understand what those opportunities are and how we can attack those.
Very good. Anything else that you've been hearing from businesses? How about, in the manufacturing sector? We kind of have covered our core industries, a little bit of the knowledge sector. What about manufacturing? Anything you're hearing there?
Sarah, when I was talking about that that pivot of businesses. Manufacturing is a really good example of that. I mean, here in Casper, and once again, I use just COVID as the example, but we had a standard a manufacturer here that their standard operations was related to safety equipment, but safety equipment for the energy world. They were able to immediately shift and change their operations so that they could create mask, gowns, different. Now, that's just an exact example, but that's the same kind of shift that we need to help people through. Manufacturing, this is awful. This is going to be a banker, so don't send me hate mail on this, because this is a non-mechanical comment. But manufacturing is manufacturing. Widgets, whatever you are manufacturing, you can shift and manufacture something different. But how do you do that? How does that dynamic fit within your company? And what do you want to shift to? Those are the conversations that we need to have. The aerospace discussion of having different customers going forward, manufacturing things for the aerospace and defense industry maybe versus the energy industry. It's all a part of the exact same conversation.
All right. Well, I think this was a good conversation. If there's not any more comments that you have kind of burning right now, we'll move on, because the next step in this process is really to try to continue to understand customer needs. Over the next month or so, what we'll be doing is Josh will be having personal conversations with business people around the state and asking them exactly those questions. You know, what are the challenges that you're facing right now? And once we get a really, really, really good understanding for those challenges, and a really kind of broad understanding and a deep understanding for those challenges, then we'll be able to develop just the right solutions for those customers and make sure that we're serving them. And we want to do that in a really focused way, and also in an agile way, so we can adjust what products and solutions we're providing for people as their needs change. And we've seen that approach work really, really well with the business relief programs. We've adjusted to meet the needs of customers. We've listened to customers, and so we want to take the learnings that we learned from that and really parlay them into how we're executing our strategy, how we're achieving our purpose of creating new opportunities for current and future generations of Wyomingites, and really, you know, how we are creating those new opportunities and what the compensation for those new opportunities are. So we'll be looking at everything through that lens of new opportunities and compensation. With that, I think I'll turn it right back over to you, Mike, unless there are any other kind of closing remarks or last thoughts from anybody.
I have one last thought, Sarah. I'm just curious. I think about we talk about the issues with Wyoming, but there's many states that you can look at that have had, sea changes in terms of their economic base. And, for example, I think of South Dakota, and I think I mentioned, they changed their usury laws and they created 250,000 jobs in the state of South Dakota relative to finance and so on and so forth. And I think about the Carolinas and the severe impact that they had from their manufacturing base of, furniture, textiles, all that. Some of the rust belts that have been impacted in Michigan and some places like that. Is there anywhere in the Wyoming Business Council that goes and studies some of these states on their organizations, what they talked about, how they went through these things and things, because, in many cases, we're not reinventing the same old problem, right? I mean, it's affecting us significantly because of our concentration, but there's a lot of examples of overcoming some of those.
Yep. Yeah. Great. Really great point, Mark. And that was part of the analysis that we did leading into the development of our strategy, is looking at what other states have done, what other countries have done. We actually looked at some of the Middle Eastern countries and Dubai, who have kind of been able to leverage their natural resource economies to grow broader economies. And so, yeah, that is part of kind of the base of what we consider in terms of what strategies we might want to use to help meet the needs of businesses. Now, that being said, I think with all of what has changed in the last few months, and again, the pace of that change, the reason why we're really taking the approach of focusing in on customers' needs is because those needs are changing so quickly that, maybe what South Dakota did, or maybe what Dubai did a few years ago is maybe not the exact right thing for businesses right now. And so we're really trying to kind of take that really, really micro, close listening approach right now.
Gotcha. Yeah, right. I understand. So great. Thank you.
Sarah, just one more comment about, once again, energy and extraction industries and the people that are losing their jobs there. And I know there are various retraining programs out there, but typically over the years of our boom and bust cycles in Wyoming, those folks say, well, I'm a coal miner, or I'm this, or I'm that, and I'm just going to go someplace else where I can find a job in my field. And so do we really have any metrics or any statistics about how successful our retraining programs really are? And speaking to your lingo here this morning, I mean, are we being adaptable and agile in doing our utmost to keep those folks in the state with retraining programs? So it's a question, really.
Yeah, and I don't have an answer or statistics off the top of my head, but we can certainly find that out. I know that Workforce Services have been, the Department of Workforce Services has been working hard to stand up new programs for adult retraining, given the challenges that COVID-19 has had on the state, which has really just augmented and accelerated the challenges that have been caused by the energy downturn as well. So not a very good answer for you, Chuck, but thanks for bringing that up. We'll definitely look into that.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I think we've ended the strategies discussion. Any last comments, Sarah, before we move on? Last chance.
Nope, more to come.
Okay. All right,
always.
thanks. Great job, Sarah. Thank you. Next on the agenda is a morning break from 9:30 to 9:45. Let's go ahead and take that break. We'll be back in session at 9:45.
I must say, you guys, that one serious negative about not being able to visit Kimmerer or any of these towns that we get to have our meetings in is seeing all the local businesses, including a coffee shop. Because normally on a break, I run to get a really good coffee from somewhere, and instead I have to get one at the DeVore household, and it's definitely lower quality.
You'll have to talk to the management there, Ken.
I was going to say, tell Fred he needs to step up his barista game.
Absolutely.
We could probably find him training for that.
That would be great.
Just buy the book and leave it somewhere around the house, like hint, hint.
I know. Unfortunately, he would bring me Keurig coffee.
Well, that means he didn't read the book.
Exactly. It's like instructions, Warren.
So, by the way, this is why I'm not Zooming today. We're having a little bit of construction, so it's kind of loud, and I guess I'm Zooming, I'm just not videoing. And I'm on mute a lot.
Your people and your dog, where are they?
They got relegated to the corner over there.
Oh.
So,
I know, and you have your really professional like headshot thing. That kind of freaks me out.
Yeah.
It's good. People take me more seriously. Maybe.
Yeah, but he never blinks in that shot. It's weird.
I know.
I'm cold like that.
Another reason it creeps me out.
There we go. Hello.
Hey. Good to see you, Jason.
Yes.
Can't figure out. Oh, there you are.
Hey, Jason,
so what are they doing today, Jason?
Military museum yet?
Hanging lights. I have gone to the museum, and we need to make it a stop at some point when we all get together again. It's pretty amazing.
It's
I'm not just saying that.
Went to a joint ag committee meeting there last October when they were still setting up, and we got a tour and good conference rooms there. It was a great place.
Yeah, it's an experience. It's kind of a Smithsonian level experience when you come out of there, you know?
Okay, Jason, we're going to turn it over to you, buddy. So,
okay. Are we all ready?
Yours.
Awesome. Well, time to talk about some housekeeping items, I would say, with our man, Josh Keith. Are you there somewhere, Josh?
Yep, I'm here.
I'll let you take it away, good sir. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Josh Keefe here, the Economic Development Finance Manager. I won't be boring you too much today, as I just have one usual quarterly report that I'll go through, but with that, I'll just get into it. As of the end of the second quarter, we had 2 loans that were past due. Those were both part of our economic disaster loans from the beet growers from that originated in 2017. Again, with all the COVID stuff happening, let's just say that our progress on filing a complaint for Weber Ag has kind of come to a standstill, as both the AG's office and us are obviously busy doing other things at the moment, but that is still on the agenda to get completed. And then also Mr. Brett Weber that lives outside of Riverton is past due as well. And I've been in communication with him, letting him know so. One of the things that I was kind of more pleased to report is that, knock on wood, that the beet harvest this year is expected to be a decent one. I read, at least from the Western Sugar down in the southeastern part of the state, as well as up by the Lovell area, that they're expecting a good yield this year and that things have been going well so far in the early harvest. So next week, Justin and I will be heading to Powell to finally get all of our modifications signed for all of those Western growers up in that region. And we'll be interested to talk to both the bankers and the producers as they come in to sign that paperwork. Moving down to the loan loss reserve, we have about just over $2 million reserved In the loss category, that also is a full allocation of both Weber Ag and Brett Weber there. You can see between those two for about $565,000. And then we have an available balance right now of just under $5.7 million in the challenge loan account to be doing participations around the state. So in addition to that, I tallied up this morning just to kind of see where we were, because we did receive some payments, or some payoffs, I should say, from banks that we had participations with around the state when all this COVID happened. And we, as of today, we have an even 100 loans on the books for $16.85 million. So just under 17 million spread across 100 loans across the state. So, we're have a fair number on the books already. And, really with that, I think it seems like in talking to bankers lately, I'll tell you, I have started receiving phone calls again, probably just in the last month or so, of bankers working with customers again, interested in our programs to see what could be potentially used. However, I think, one of them really comes from a larger national bank, and obviously we've never done a participation with a national bank. And so I think, that's definitely one thing that is a little frustrating, is that, yes, I'd love to be able to do more participations with those banks that are not just community banks necessarily. And so, but I'm not sure, quite honestly, if we'll ever really be able to break that barrier. So, but it's nice to have people asking again and be interested in and working with their small businesses that may be interested in expanding or starting up. And, with that, I think that's really all that I have at the moment. Obviously, we've all been focusing on the relief programs, and so I don't have really much news from the challenge loan department. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And so fire away.
Hey, Josh, Kathy, I just have I'm confused about something. Is Weber Ag and Brett Weber the same? Are they the same thing?
They are not the same thing. They aren't even related. So.
Oh, okay.
They are two total separate operations. One's just outside of Worland and one's outside of Riverton. And I even, when I talked to Brett, asked if he was related to Damon Weber, and they aren't even related. So. Okay.
And the reason I was asking is in Weber Ag, you can't get a hold of him. And then Brett Weber was so communicative. So I thought, well, I don't understand this. So, okay, thanks.
Yep. So.
Okay, is there any more questions for Josh? If not, I'd entertain a motion to accept the quarterly challenge loan report.
I would motion. This is
Second.
Kim.
Pam.
Did I hear a second?
Yes, from Pam.
Second from Pam?
Yes.
All right. All right. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'd put it up for a vote. All those in favor of passing or accepting rather, the quarterly challenge loan report, signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay, hearing none opposed, we will accept the quarterly challenge loan report. Thank you, Josh. I just wanted to take 1 second to say thanks to Josh for all he's done with the CARES Act over the past few months. I mean, that's amazing. I didn't realize you were that smart, that caliber of a finance manager. So you're awesome, Josh. And everybody in the background too. I know there's so many people that have been supporting that program, and that thing's gonna go quietly into the night eventually. And it's amazing what you guys have accomplished. So I just want to say thanks before I let you go.
Well, thank you so much. Really, I think you heard Josh say it earlier that, I made the comment the other day, and I know Marcio said it too, that, all of us have had to use Kim's favorite buzzword, pivot, and do things that maybe, we weren't necessarily hired to do or know to do, but we're all happy to do it. And everybody puts their heart and soul into it. And so I'm excited and lucky to have a great support team and good leadership. So thank you to all you as well.
Right. Awesome. Thanks. Well, on the topic of the business relief programs and the PR and marketing related to that, I would like to bring up Ron Golenberg on the old Zoom machine, if you're there. Ron, do you want to take over?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Nice segue. And we're not quietly going into the night just yet. There's a reason we're here today. We're presenting to the board a second amendment to the Warehouse 21 contract for business relief programs, messaging and marketing campaign execution. The reason we're seeking board approval for this second amendment is it takes us the total contract over the $100,000 mark. It's important to note right off the bat that the funding for this total contract with Warehouse 21 comes from federal CARES Act dollars. A little background on how we got here. If you remember with the interruption fund that launched June 2nd or 4th, I don't know, seems like eons ago, and closed applications on July 2nd. The messaging and marketing was done in-house. We did a good job. We got $98.6 million to Wyoming businesses. But as we were preparing for relief and mitigation funds and looking at marketing and messaging, we realized we identified the gaps in the first effort with targeted audiences, partner stakeholder communications, website user experience, among other things. One example, later in the interruption fund, we lined up Josh Durrell with 11 or 12 radio morning shows around the state. It was a great effort to get the message out about the interruption fund. And we saw a little spike in applications. And generally what we heard was some of the businesses that we were seeing in the spikes were actually named in the state health orders, the hair salons, nail salons, gyms, what have you. And so the radio show effort paid off. It got those places that had radio shows on in their shops. But we looked at mitigation and relief fund. We knew the scope was larger. There were two funds. There were a little more complex application process. And we really wanted to make sure we were leaving no stone unturned with marketing and messaging. So we put out an RFP. We distributed it as a media release. We also dug up some agencies around the state, did some targeted messaging. We were very pleasantly surprised to receive 28 responses, all but 2 were in-state agencies. So from there, we really looked at how we deepen and strengthen those messaging and crisis communications and project management, and settled on Warehouse 21 for its capacity and expertise in project management, corporate communications, website development, its staffing, its expertise, and speed and efficiency. So we launched with an initial contract in July. We worked with them on campaign development, developing a campaign website, corporate communications. This included creation of press releases, talking points, social media, creation of content and designed assets, email marketing, web updates, influencer and partner outreach, ongoing content creation, and presentations and webinars. You guys are all aware we've had many webinars. And then for August 1st to December 31st, we first amendment to the contract for ongoing corporate communications and website support and what have you. That took us the first contract and the amendment to $95,750. Today, with Amendment 2, which would be from effective date here in September through December 31st, additional $49,250, bringing the total contract to $145,000. We see ongoing corporate communications, the communication support I've mentioned, project management, design work. We see this as ongoing. There may be mitigation and relief fund exhausting funds. We don't know yet when, but there's more that might be coming in terms of other programs. As Sarah and Josh mentioned earlier, we will be doing some deep data diving. They'll be reporting out on that. They will be helping with that. And there, as we know day to day, there are other unknowns. So there's a lot of work to be done still in the coming months, let alone wrapping up the relief fund and the mitigation fund. So today we're seeking the board's action on amendment number 2 for $49,250 and continue working with this agency that's done exceptional work with helping us get the word out to businesses and nonprofits and stakeholders and partners and continue that effort. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Ron? Okay, without any questions for Ron, I would entertain a motion to consider staff recommendations for the amendments to the 2 contracts.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept staff recommendation to approve the amendment to the Warehouse 21 contract.
Okay, any second?
Second, Eric.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendations. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor of, of the staff recommendations, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, with that, the consideration of staff recommendations passes. Thank you, Ron. We'll keep moving on down the line here. We've got the A team up here, and next on the list on deck is Brandon Marshall. Brandon, we are going to consider the another staff recommendation, the contract between the Wyoming Business Council and the Wyoming Women's Business Center. I'll let you take it from here, Brandon.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I did turn on my camera. I don't know that anyone can see me, but in case you can, I just want to let you know I put on a tie for this. So anyway.
Thank you.
Just so you know, yeah, very important. Thank you guys for your consideration of our contract with the Wyoming Women's Business Center. Of course, one of our long-standing contracts with one of our partners that is not a technical piece of the Business Resource Network, but I think we consider them a piece of that business assistance piece that we have. They are separate from the university, receive their state funding portion from us that goes to leverage significant amounts of funding from the federal government. This year's contract with them does reflect a 20% reduction from what our fiscal year 20 contract was. The total will be $123,308. The services we receive from the Women's Business Center include running a microloan program that's been heavily utilized by small businesses that does loans up to $50,000 for companies. They do, of course, provide technical assistance and training. They offer a program called the Works of Wyoming that's really meant to assist small companies and artists in acting like businesses and basically taking their craft and making it something that can support them more so than just for the sake of art. They have a Works of Wyoming program, which does have similar pieces, also runs a retail shop. Then they also have an artist space that they run, and part of their contract with us also is providing networking opportunities with a entrepreneurial focus to them. The scope of work for this year will be reduced kind of from last year and include those 5 things. This is fairly simple. What we do need as a motion for this one, a recommendation for approval, would need to have a contingency on it. This contract does still need to have the approval of the budget office's exception process for contracts, as it is over $100,000, and we have not received that to date. So this would need a contingent approval based on getting that approval from the budget office. So with that, happy to take any questions, but I think that kind of covers it in general.
Hey, Brandon, this is Kim,
Yeah.
and I do see your tie. Very nice.
Thank you.
Can you tell me how long have we had a contract with the Wyoming Women's Business Center, and where did that derive from in the first place? And is there any federal match funds tied to this?
I'll start backwards. That's the easiest way to do it. Yes, there are federal match funds. In fact, nearly a 1-to-1 on our funding on that. So this reduction in budget does, the 20% from us will also cause an exact 20% reduction from the federal funds that they receive through the SBA. The history of this contract, actually, I'm not entirely sure of its exact beginnings. I do know it's existed the entirety of the time I've been at the council, so I've been aware of it. So at least since 2003, but I believe the Women's Business Center maybe even predates the Wyoming Business Council. So.
Okay, are there any other questions for Brandon? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept the staff
Jason,
recommendations pending. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Let me raise my hand.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because, okay, Brandon, I did notice your tie. Thank you. Is there a way, because when we lose matching funds that are 50-50 or more, that kind of, that hurts. And is there any way, there's a contract that we have with someone else, and maybe it's Wyoming Works or SBA or the college, where we don't get any matching funds, and maybe the Wyoming Business Center could take on one of their duties or absorb a part-time person from them, and we still get the matching funds then? Is there a way to, and I guess I'm manipulating that, people and their part-time or full-time payments, and have that come into the Wyoming Women's Business Center instead of losing that 20%, some of that money?
Sure. And I don't know of any specific examples of where that may be, and this might be a point maybe where Josh or even Amy Grenfell would want to jump in and do commentary on the budget. I don't believe there's necessarily anything that we are funding otherwise that could come into place on this, but the Women's Business Center does have the ability to do fundraising. Now, it's limited right now, like everyone's ability to do fundraising, but they do have the ability to hold fundraisers. In fact, did hold their first fundraiser in this last year to raise the funds to pay for an audit that they're now required to do that's got a very significant cost to it. So there is some ability. It doesn't have to be state match. I don't believe has to be directly from the state of Wyoming. I believe it has to be an in-state match to that fund. So I think that there are some options. We had approached the Women's Business Center about taking over the Made in Wyoming program that we've administered for years and years after it moved over from the Department of Ag as the Wyoming First program. That would not have provided additional funding outside of the revenue of that program, and they felt that it would put too much of a burden on them given the cut to their budget to be able to take that program. So it was, at least in my mind, some opportunity for additional funding to come into them through revenue from that program, and especially if it was an enhanced program integrated with their other services, they didn't feel they would be able to pull that off. So that's not happening. But I'm not aware of any other real wiggle room that we've had. This is sort of one of those painful moments where necessary budget cuts are going to affect federal funding, and it, in my humble sort of estimation, just is kind of what it is in stakes.
Yeah, this is Amy, and just to reiterate what Brandon said, he's absolutely correct. So from the Business Council side, we are not decreasing any federal funding being received by the Business Council through this reduction in the contract. But I do note it did impact the federal matching piece that the Wyoming Women's Business Center experienced. And so, yes, we do need to decrease this contract to help meet our budget reduction responsibilities with the state, but we are not losing out on any federal funds within the Business Council.
Brandon, Mr. Committee Chair, and Brandon.
Yes, go ahead, Erin.
Can you, is that federal match tied to our dollars? So if the Wyoming Women's Business Center had a different allocation of money that came through, can that be matched to leverage more federal funds, or is it specific that it has to be, it's whatever the state contributes that matches with the federal contribution?
I believe, and I'll ask Amy to correct me if I'm wrong here, I believe that funding can come from different sources.
That's my understanding as well, yes.
Okay, thanks.
And thank you for your correction on ability to address the chair. And I apologize, Mr. Chairman, for not addressing you in my discussion.
It's okay. I have 4 kids. Are there any more questions for Brandon? Okay, now we will, I'll entertain a motion to consider the staff recommendations pending approval from the budget office.
I would so motion.
I have a motion from Kim. Any second?
I'll second. Mark Lott.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, with that, we'll have a vote to consider or to approve the staff recommendations pending approval from the budget office. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay, with that, we've accepted the staff recommendations for that contract with the Wyoming Business Center, Women's Business Center, sorry. The other item on the agenda here is one that we've sort of been eager to hear about. Sarah Fitzgerald has been, talking to us a little bit about the new UW president, Dr. Ed Seidel, and we're really curious to hear what his vision for Wyoming's economy going forward is and how that relates to the business resource network that we're always discussing. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sarah Fitzgerald.
Sarah, we're getting no audio from you.
Looks like she's unmuted, but let's see. There we go.
Okay, sorry about that. Oh gosh, I thought I was beyond this, but apparently not. Thanks, Jason. I think I'll just turn it right over to President Seidel. He's who we want to hear from. So with that, President Seidel.
Thanks a lot, Sarah. And thanks everybody, to the board and to Josh for taking some time to hear from me. I'm extremely eager to actually get to know you all. I think my goals in talking to you are a few. One is just to introduce myself a little bit. I'll talk a little bit about my background, maybe a little more than I usually do because it's quite relevant. It maybe informs you about how I would think about things. And then to to lay out some, at least some initial ideas on how some of the things I've done before might apply to the state of Wyoming. And then really start getting some feedback from you already about some directions we're taking, and then just open up a conversation that I hope will go much longer. That is not today, but over the next year and beyond. So first of all, my most recent background was as the Vice President for Economic Development at the University of Illinois, and that's at the system level. That means there were 3 universities and some regional campuses, so about 90,000 students, so really a very large enterprise. And so I'll tell you about that, but maybe it's worth going a little bit further back into my life to get you to understand kind of how I was influenced. When I was a postdoc once at the University of Illinois in an earlier part of my career, my specialty is physics and computing. And so I've studied black holes and things like that. So you think that that's got nothing to do with economic development, as I certainly did for most of my earlier part of my career. But when I was a postdoc, there was an amazing industry program at the National Center for Supercomputing Applications that I later became the director of, but I was once a postdoc there years ago. And to my surprise, this industry program had lots and lots of companies there, like Schlumberger was one, and Allstate and Motorola, and lots of companies. And in fact, when I came back to the university as the director of that center, I grew that industry program from about $3 million a year to about $12 million a year in just a few years by figuring out how to really add the value of the university to corporate partnerships. So that $12 million a year is just in corporate partnerships. But the seed was planted when I was a postdoc, because I started working with Schlumberger, and I realized the things that we were doing in black holes and general relativity actually applied with very little change to corporate interest that Schlumberger had about oil drilling, and not just drilling, but sort of sending sound waves down and then seeing what comes back, and then you understand like whether there's oil in the reservoir or not. And so it just made me realize, oh my goodness, there's the things I'm doing in physics and in computing actually have economic impact, and it was really exciting to me. So that continued throughout my career. So at one point, when I was living in Germany, I was actually trying to focus more on my physics. I was at a place called the Albert Einstein Institute. I was recruited to Louisiana State University. This goes back to 2003, to build up a center that was a statewide effort on economic development around creating an interdisciplinary center that would have a lot of corporate partnerships. And it was about a $10 million a year operation. The governor was directly involved in creating it and recruiting me to the state. And I, as a result of that, I developed a lot of partnerships, both with companies and with the other universities in the state. So fast forward, I'll skip over the things I did at the National Science Foundation. I was then I had this weird and interesting opportunity in Moscow, in Russia. I left the National Science Foundation to help build a brand new university in collaboration with Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And the idea was, how can you build something that would allow the faculty to have an even more impact than MIT faculty have, but for the Russian Federation? So, I mean, Russia was funding this at the level of billions of dollars, and they were creating an entire thing that from the outside, people were calling Russia Silicon Valley. So everything was being built there, a brand new university to be the heart of this innovation district. The innovation district had laboratories and venture capital firms and incubators and 1 million square feet just for startups. I mean, just unbelievable sort of Russian investment. $300 million of that, by the way, went to MIT just for consulting purposes, basically. So it's a pretty good business model if you're a place like MIT. But I learned a lot about how to really focus the creation of a university and put the things in place that would allow it to have the maximum impact back on the economy. So that was the ultimate goal of that. Then, so that's just a prelude to the experiences I had at the University of Illinois. So I came back I moved from Moscow to Champaign, Illinois, which few people have ever done, I would say. I came first as the director of NCSA. That's the supercomputing center. That's really relevant because we have the NCAR Wyoming supercomputing facility in Cheyenne, which, by the way, by weird coincidence, I chaired the committee that advised NSF that they should put that supercomputing facility in Cheyenne because we thought it would have impact on the economy. now that I'm coming back here as the president, it doesn't seem like it's had all that much impact on the economy. And one of my goals is to really increase the interaction between the university and NCAR Wyoming supercomputing facility, and to work with you to figure out, is there a play to build up corporate partnerships there to help build a tech sector around this part of the state, and then the rest of the state. I'll tell you about that in a minute. So anyway, after being at NCSA for a few years, I was asked by the incoming president to become the vice president for economic development for the system. And so I spent 4 years spearheading a program that brought together all of the public universities in the state, of which there are 12 in the state of Illinois. So it's a very different kind of system. And by the way, I work very closely with an organization called World Business Chicago, WBC. And I can't help occasionally looking at Wyoming Business Council and call it World Business Chicago. So if I say that, forgive me, but I worked closely with them for 4 years. And so anyway, and also with Governor Rauner and then Governor Pritzker. And the plan we came up with was to build out hubs of innovation around each of the public universities, to bring in the private universities, University of Chicago and Northwestern, to try to link together the rural and the urban economy. So we don't really have an urban economy in Wyoming, but there are some ideas there about what might replace that if we need it. I'd like to get your thoughts on that. But potentially cooperation with Denver or other places could be of interest if we could think of a good way to do it. Anyway, and then to make sure that we revamp the curriculum for students so that the students could be trained in entrepreneurship so that they have the tools when they graduate from the university, whether they're an English major or a physics major or a business major, they've got the tools and the kind of values to begin to think about how to add back to the economy and the responsibility that they have as civically engaged students. So we spent a lot of time thinking about this, and it was, and at the same time, by the way, I had units reporting into me as the VP for Economic Development, including the research park, of which we had a huge research park. 120 companies were in residence in the research park that worked with the university. And many of them, within the research park was an incubator called Enterprise Works that's had over $1 billion worth of companies that were formed in that incubator, and then would sometimes sadly move to California once they got a little bigger, or Austin or places like that. So we thought, this is bad. We're losing. By the way, University of Illinois is an incredible place for computer science. Top 5 computer science department, and bigger than the top 4 combined. To give you an idea of quantity times quality, it's incredible. And yet, a #1 supplier of talent to Microsoft and Intel. Those companies are not in the state of Illinois. So we realized we had a big outflow of talent. So we were trying to do something that would stop the outflow of talent, right from out of the state of Illinois. And then I had the Office of Technology Management reporting into me. So I have a really good sense of how universities commercialize ideas and then turn them into companies. And then really importantly, the Illinois Ventures, which is a venture capital firm that's actually run by the university. It reported into me, and that's another one where we were just launching our 4th round of funding that had, over the last 3 rounds, $75 million in assets. That's in itself not that impressive. What's really impressive is there's over $1.5 billion in co-investment out of that $75 million in catalysts for venture capital funding. So I worked closely with the governor to take the best of these ideas and then to see how we could supercharge this to make it so that students would see the opportunity they've got in the state, and they'd have the tools, not just at the University of Illinois, but at all the state universities. And then the privates like University of Chicago, Northwestern, like, well, we got to join this too, because they realized that there was something in it for them. So we got a $500 million appropriation from the state under Governor Rauner, who, by the way, has 23,000 acres of land in Wyoming and Montana, and so he lives out here a lot. And he's told me he's quite anxious to see what he can do to help us in the state of Wyoming as well for economic development. So anyway, the $500 million. So Bruce Rauner, unfortunately, from this point of view, hit the election, but Governor Pritzker came in, and you probably have heard of J.B. Pritzker's sister Penny was Obama's Secretary of Commerce. And so I know them both quite well. So even though Rauner and Pritzker were like diametrically opposed politically, the one project that they both supported was this thing called the Illinois Innovation Network and the Discovery Partners Institute, which is a major hub within that, that was in Chicago. So under Pritzker, the money was reappropriated and is now flowing to build out innovation hubs across the state. So I went to great lengths to explain that, so you get a sense of how I'm thinking about things, and the reason I think that the university is just a central player, I hope, going forward in helping to diversify the economy of the state. So, one of the reasons I came here was that I could see that there's a real opportunity here. And I read a lot about the Endow initiative before I came. So I've talked a lot with Matt Mead about the goals that he had, and also Greg Hill, who helped to spearhead that initiative. And I've talked a lot with Governor Gordon about it as well. And so I'm trying to learn about earlier plans to do similar things to diversify the economy. I didn't really say this, but back in Illinois, it's largely an agricultural state if you sort of factor out Chicago. Chicago does like everything, manufacturing, computing. It doesn't really have a particular market sector. It's very diverse, but the rest of the state is very monolithic. So part of the idea was, how do you invest in ways that would really diversify the future of the state of the economy of the state of Illinois? So my instincts, I think, fit in well. And I see a lot of things here that would play well into that kind of a vision. And so, the Endow initiative has a lot of ideas in it. I've talked some with Sarah and Josh. I still need to really get together in person. COVID-19's been distracting me a little bit, but really anxious to do that and to talk with you all. But let me just outline a couple of specific steps we're taking now, and then I'd just like to get some discussion going if there's time for that. So I think it's absolutely essential, based on the lessons I learned in Louisiana, in Russia, and in Illinois, that we make this an all-in-state effort. So I've worked very hard to talk with every community college. I've talked to the presidents of all 7 of them, have beginning to develop good relationships, I think, with all of them. They really buy into the vision that we can work together. Perhaps there's a way that we could create hubs of innovation around the community colleges and, of course, around UW in Laramie. And then I want to then also work with communities to figure out what's important in their local communities. In Illinois, we focused a lot on what's important in Carbondale. Well, they wanted to build a fermentation hub. And what's important in Peoria? Well, they wanted to have a healthcare hub because they've got Caterpillar and OSF, which is a big healthcare provider, and also a manufacturing and autonomous vehicles. Caterpillar is very interested in that. So we let local communities say, what are their important strengths right now, and where do they want to go in the next 10 years? And so anyway, I've begun to have these conversations. So I'm getting an understanding of the state and the interest, but everybody's buying in. 2 things that everybody has really been enthusiastic about are entrepreneurship. How can we help them build out entrepreneurship training, but then think about the pipeline, not just training entrepreneurs, but then having a place for them to be entrepreneurial. Incubators have adequate supply of venture capital coming in. Make sure that we also bring in federal funds. I've talked to Senators Barrasso and Enzi about the possibility of federal funds through, like, for example, EDA, Department of Commerce, and so on. So there are lots of things that I've been doing just to get a sense of, what's on the ground here. Another thing that's really important, you will have heard I have a really computing background. And so I think a lot about computing, artificial intelligence, big data. I actually ran big data programs at the national level, at the NSF, at the Midwest level. I led a thing called the Midwest Big Data Hub with the funding from the National Science Foundation, a lot of corporate partners there. So I've been thinking a lot about how to spread these kinds of activities out across the state in collaboration with the community colleges. And from my point of view, I've already had the deans talking with the presidents of community colleges also. How can we begin to focus on these 2 threads as starting points? Entrepreneurship and growing the computing activities so that we can figure out how to help create the new digital economy in the next 10 years. And if we don't do it, we're going to be left behind. So we really got to do some catch up here, but I think we can do it. So anyway, there's a really important asset here, which impressed me a lot, which was the K-12 CS education initiative in the state. And it turns out that Wyoming is a national leader. Probably some of you were involved directly in this, in actually creating the requirement that computer science and computational thinking are taught all the way from kindergarten through high schools. It turns out in Illinois they don't have this. And my partner, Gabrielle, actually, who's a computer scientist and actually works in the College of Education in Urbana-Champaign, still, even by Zoom, has spearheaded a thing called the CS K-12 Summit for 2 years running now, where we're learning in state of Illinois about what places like Wyoming are doing. So this is a long-term play, but building that pipeline that on a 10-year time scale, kids that are in high school are going to be starting up businesses, so we want to cultivate that pipeline from schools to community colleges to potentially to UW, working very hard. Actually had a meeting yesterday with Stephanie Hickswa and Sandy Caldwell about making sure we make it much easier for students to go from the community colleges to the university. And we're going to make a lot of progress there, I think, in the next month. So these are elements of this. Now, in order to pull together a plan around this, I've formed a commission that hasn't quite started yet, but we've got the players lined up. Now I'm going to mention them all just so you know who I'm thinking about and talking to. So Dean Sprott, Dave Sprott, who's our Dean of Business, and Ed Sinikowski, who's our VP for Economic Development, are with me on this from the university. Greg Hill, who's just actually joined the Council on Competitiveness. I didn't mention this, but I'm a commissioner for the National Council on Competitiveness flagship innovation agenda for the next 2 years to make national recommendations about policy that should impact how the United States can retain or maintain its leadership in innovation. And then so Greg will be a commissioner on this, as am I, and we're hoping to get people potentially even from this group onto the 4 different working groups of the National Council on Competitiveness so we can inform them of the needs of states like Wyoming while also bringing back best practices that we learned from them. So anyway, Greg Hill will be a commissioner and he's on this committee, this Economic Development Council that I'm standing up. Also, Governors Meade and Friedenthal have both agreed to be part of this, and Governor Gordon's good with that. I was a little worried about how a sitting governor would think about 2 past governors being involved. He's like, oh, they're great, get them involved. We got Rob Krieger from Governor Gordon's office. We've got Stephanie Hickswa, president of Northwest College, Jillian Balo from the superintendent of schools, Mike Greer from the legislature, Sam Galiotos from Cheyenne, Ashley Chapman, who's doing a lot of work in a lot of social activities, and then Josh in World Business, I did it again, Wyoming Business Council, because I wrote down WBC. Anyway, Josh Durrell. And so I've had conversations with everyone, but we haven't met yet. But the idea is to have this group together to help advise us on how to take these raw ideas about hubs of innovation that would be across the entire state and build out a program that we think can be effective. So we're beginning to talk about this and plan it. I just say one last thing, and then I don't know how much time I had, but I hope there's still time for discussion. So I know I've been just, saying a lot of words here, but I want to get a lot out. I know that the university has sputtered in the past in some of its efforts here, and I'm very aware of it. So I'd love to get some thoughts from you about how the university can be more effective going forward. I think, as far as I can tell, in the last year or so, there's been a lot of effort to shore up the activities of the university. And I'm pretty impressed, at least from their point of view, with where they're going with, for example, the Impact 307 hubs, the effectiveness of them in the last year in particular. According to a lot of metrics, they're doing much better than before. So those to me might be building blocks of this. I'd love to hear from you all about your opinion of that. But it seems to me part of our issue is we're not communicating very well, kind of the revamped nature of our ideas here and their programs for developing things. But let me just stop there and see if there's some comments and questions. And then I know there won't be time today, but I look forward to meeting with you and really working together on an agenda for the state's economy going forward.
Okay, well, Dr. Seidel, thank you very much. I haven't met you. My name's Mike Easley. I live in Sundance, Wyoming, and I'm the CEO of a electric co-op up here that serves the northeast quarter of the state. So appreciate your vision and kind of your thoughts of how the university can collaborate along economic development across the state. And I think that's very interesting and lots of good momentum. For the past several years, the Business Council has had concerns with the effectiveness of the BRN. And that manifested last year in several different ways of trying to adjust our contract and move things along. we're quite interested right now, and especially with, the budget cuts that we've had, in getting the maximum return on the investments that we make in economic development activities and programs throughout the state. And so I think we're kind of keenly interested in the discussion of the BRN and how we can make that, that organization and the host of initiatives that fall underneath that, the BRN more effective. And and we also, it sounds like with the things that are going on, what's the plan, your plan for the BRN and how that may move forward? Because obviously we've had some concerns over the past year. I don't think those concerns have gone away. And what are your thoughts as it relates to that, making that more effective?
So I can understand the concerns you've got, actually, and I just had a couple of days ago, the first time we had a chance to focus on having me being brought up to speed on what the BRN is actually doing. The BRN seems to have a number of different components within it, at least the way it's been articulated to me, including these newly revamped and renamed hubs around called Impact 307. And so my understanding is that there's been a dramatic improvement in those Impact 307 hubs, the renamed ones, in terms of their ability to support the incubation of companies in terms of federal metrics. I haven't seen the numbers yet. I just heard about this literally on Tuesday. We had a lengthy conversation about it. There are a number of other things that are part of that, including a NIST-supported manufacturing hub, NIST being National Institute of Standards and Technology, and then there are recent awards about to be made, one by the Economic Development Authority under the Department of Commerce. At least I'm told that they've been told that they will be funded. We'll hear more about this going forward. I actually don't know if that's confidential or not, but now I'm saying it. So anyway, to show about momentum coming in terms of creating virtual hubs. There's also discussion that's been going on with the U.S. Department of Education with some of the BRN folks about hubs of innovation that is at the U.S. Department of Education level around creating hubs of innovation around the community colleges, which is exactly along the lines of what I'm thinking about doing. But I'm still frankly assessing whether or not some of those BRN units are the right building blocks for this vision. So I'm open-minded about this and would love to get your input on what they need to do better going forward. There is federal matching funds with them. I heard a little bit of the last conversation, so that's important. We're a little bit worried about losing some federal matching funds, but I told Ed Sinikowski, who oversees this, and also Josh, that I just want to have an open mind and look and see what's there and see how they can be improved and how they can fulfill a vision like this, if this in fact is the right kind of vision going forward.
Well, certainly appreciate your openness and invitation to collaborate on that. I guess I would like to open it up for any comments from some of the other board members that have also had some thoughts along the BRN and maybe some suggestions on how to move forward. So Kim, are you raising your hand?
I'm always raising my hand. It never fails. President Seidel, we're happy to have you at the meeting today. We've all been looking forward to getting to spend some time with you and meet you. I'm Kim DeVore. I'm the president of Jonah Bank in Casper and Cheyenne, but I'm located in Casper. And as Mike discussed, over the past year, actually, it's probably been the last three years. We have struggled between the WBC, our WBC, and the university BRN programs to actually align and move together. So listening to you today gives me great hope. I get really excited about the things that you've done in the past. What I find incredibly important is to not, for any of us, to not relive mistakes. So the biggest fear that pops up in my head when you talk about the commission that you've developed is aligning our strategies going forward, because we have incredibly similar focuses We can't afford in the state of Wyoming to duplicate efforts on different paths. There's not enough of us in this state to do that. We don't have the population. We just don't have the volume to make the mistake of going into different directions and realizing it later. So I'd love to hear how you intend to make sure our strategies align and we're working together. I think it's great that Josh and Rob Krieger will be a part of those discussions on your commission. But how do you intend to make sure we stay on the same path together to take Wyoming where we need to go? Because we have struggled over the last 3-4 years on ensuring that.
Yeah, well, I've seen that. And well, let me just say, at least I've been here for 2 months now, so I still have a lot to learn. But I've seen the struggles just within the university around, well, first of all, the leadership of the university itself has been kind of unstable, and different presidents come and go, and within that provost and so on. So there's just been some churn that's been hard for the university to walk in a straight line, let's just say. And so I hope that I'm going to be the beginning of the sort of straightening, the sort of having a straighter path. And I'm fully committed to that, by the way. I'm building a house that's going to take a year to finish. And so then I plan to live in it for a long time. So I'm not planning to go anywhere. So that's one. Number two, I think that there were some perhaps naive attempts to do certain things in the past that sort of fizzled out and sputtered, and maybe some bad hires were made. Of course, this can always happen, but at least I have enough experience, I think, to try to avoid those kinds of mistakes going forward. So anyway, that's one piece of it. The second piece is, I know from my experience, particularly in Illinois, how important it is to just keep going back and back and back to the different organizations and talk to them all the time about this, and to adjust plans as we hear better ideas, or we hear about mistakes that were made and we try to avoid them, and so on. So it did take me 4 years of doing that in Illinois to kind of get to the point where I think we're moving in the right direction. I mean, I can tell you, with 12 public universities, and we had a budget crisis that had, we didn't have a state budget for 2 years because Bruce Rauner and the legislature were completely at odds. And some of the universities practically almost went bankrupt. I mean, really, really were very, very seriously hurt. And so when I came around saying, well, on top of this, we're going to build this innovation network, a lot of people just thought I was crazy, but I kept listening and kept coming back. And so eventually we got this big appropriation of money. And then it took a long time to create the right kind of governance efforts. And so I spent a lot of time on the governance of this so that we had the right kind of stakeholders in place and it's sort of an agreement of how we'd work together. So my promise to you is to do the same kinds of things. I'm going to have to hire somebody who's going to be focused on this, somebody new who has experience with it. So I haven't done that yet, but it's in my plans. And then I would plan to work very closely, not just with Josh and Sarah, but with any of you in whatever way that you think would be effective in order to sort of make sure that we're, you know, I'm a Star Trek fan, so we do a mind meld and we figure out how to work together as effectively as possible. So you just have my commitment to try to make sure that we work together, not try to go around each other in some way.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Jason, maybe you?
Yeah. My comments a little outside of BRN. Dr. Seidel, thanks for joining us today. I'm a tech entrepreneur, I guess, software technology and wearable technology based here in Wyoming. My question is really around, you know, you're talking about the innovation hubs, you're talking about the things outside of sort of, you know, add-ons to the university in terms of economic development. But what about the core, you know, the core curriculum? You know, over the years, I've had a software company for 11 years. I've tried to hire computer science majors. I've tried to hire PR majors or PR people out of that curriculum, and they're just not prepared, you know? So how do you see the core curriculum, things that you can do for our students that are coming up to sort of modernize those what they're coming out with. They want to come out with they want an exit strategy, right? We want to, at the end of the day, it's all about business because we want to put them to work. So how do you see that sort of changing during your time?
Really, really good question. I have the same exact concern, having looked into the university and see what I see. So it's not that I don't want to diss the university. I think it's a fantastic organization, but it needs to grow strengths, particularly in the areas you're talking about around entrepreneurship and training and around the tech side. I'll give you an example of how I think about this. I was part of the team that tried to recruit Amazon to Chicago for their second headquarters. So I was there with the governor. I was there with Rahm Emanuel, the mayor of Chicago. I represented the University of Illinois. We had Bob Zimmer, president of the University of Chicago, like really, really heavy hitters. And we told them about the great talent we had. And they looked at us and they say, we're not convinced that you have enough talent or that they're trained properly. So that was a big message to me. We worked a lot within the University of Illinois. I talked about quantity times quality and scale. And so I recognize that Wyoming university itself is down a couple levels from that. So I'm talking about internally and externally at the university about 4 pillars that we're going to build on going forward. Even as we have to cut budgets, we're going to move money to strengthen these areas. Entrepreneurship, digital computing, those are 2 areas. Third one is interdisciplinary, so people learn how to work together to solve big problems. And then fourthly, inclusivity, including people from all income brackets of the state and all areas of the state. So we have to lay the foundation for the future of an economic, sort of the new economy of the state, and then think about how do we focus ourselves. And in particular, I'm talking openly about the idea that we need to have far more people trained in software, in artificial intelligence and algorithmic things, big data. And I have the background to do that. Perhaps we even think about creating a school of computing that's like the School of Energy Resources that helps. School of Energy Resources is here to help strengthen the energy sector within the state existing economy, and School of Computing could be something that would help strengthen the future economy of the state, let's say something like that. So I'd love to hear from you in more specificity over time about like what kinds of skills are you missing out of our graduates, and what about the numbers? We want to increase the numbers significantly. I'll say one more thing that I didn't mention before. I spent a lot of time in the last 4 years building partnerships outside the state of Illinois with the big programs going on in Israel, at Hebrew University, Tel Aviv University, Ben Gurion, also in the UK, at Cardiff University in particular. Cardiff just opened up a big software training center in Newport, in Wales. They have a 2-year program that's aimed at taking kids basically just graduating from high school and training them in the basics of software engineering with no prior experience needed. And I had a conversation with them last week about whether or not we could have an online program where we could adopt their curriculum at the community colleges here to sort of grow that whole sector. This is supported by the Welsh government. Welsh government wants to have an MOU with Wyoming because it's an interesting thing. Wales is a post-coal economy. And so now they're making all kinds of investments to try to recover from the coal industry that collapsed there. So we're still kind of hanging on to coal. So we're doing what we can to move that sector forward. But I think we can learn a lot from Wales. So we're having a conversation this morning that others are doing that I couldn't join with representatives of the Welsh government. And I'm going to see Governor Gordon later today to see if there's a way we might do this. So the point is, if UW doesn't have the capacity to do something that we need right now, let's bring in some external partners who might help shore it up. So anyway, I could go on for hours about this topic, but that's exactly the thing I'd like to hear.
Well, that's great, Dr. Seidel. And one comment, you mentioned Governor Meade and Endow. One of the things that kind of came even before Endow was a technology summit, a global technology summit. And one of the guys there that I met was the CEO of AT&T at the time, Randall Stevenson. And he talked about how they worked with Georgia Tech, AT&T did, to basically put in their own program so that they could train people to come out with, ready to be hired. And they would essentially guarantee they would hire, 80, 90% of these graduates. And so is that something you'd be open to, is working with corporations, working with companies, outside entities? I think you're saying yes when you're talking about that, but yeah. Okay, cool.
Yes. Yeah, I spent a lot of time talking to companies. I mentioned the NCSA private sector program, or I mentioned that we ran it up from $3 million to $12 million in corporate partnerships. So we had a lot of heavy hitting companies. A lot of the Fortune 500 companies or Fortune 50 companies actually were there. And they would say, you think you're great in computing, but when we get our graduates from you, they don't know the things we need them to know. We're like, okay, tell us what skills that they're missing, and let's think about how to do that. And if the university, the trouble with Urbana's computer science department is they're ranked so highly, they don't want to be told what to do by anybody. But I'm like, we got to have these skill sets. So I found a better way to go was to work with the regional universities who really were much more open to this, and then coordinate with them so we can have both excellence and the right kinds of training, but to create partnerships like that. So that's kind of my idea around the university partnerships with the community colleges and companies, to band together, work with companies, and figure out how can we create sort of badges or certificates that the companies agree, if you've got this thing, and that means to us that we can hire them, and that there's a commitment from the companies to help do that, exactly along the lines of what you're talking about.
That's great. Thank you. Well, we're excited by your enthusiasm, Doctor. Does anybody else have any questions or comments for Dr. Seidel? Okay, I guess it's, oh, there, Josh. Go ahead, Josh.
Just a brief comment. I think you are all saying today what Sarah and I have witnessed over the last few months of discussions with Dr. Seidel, in that he has a lot of experience and enthusiasm for what we all care about a lot too. And I think the alignment question should be really clear. I think Kim said it really, really well, in that we do not have the luxury of running in multiple directions. It would water things down. Dr. Seidel and I have had conversations along those lines. He knows, and I know, that we not only do we have to work together, we actually really want to work together on this. And I think that alignment is key. But I also want to say to all of you, as well as to Dr. Seidel, we also understand the challenge that he is facing right now on other fronts within the university, especially around COVID-19 and the response, which has been, as somebody who teaches at the university, as well as lives here in Laramie, the response I think has been very responsible, and it's a tough thing for everyone to deal with, but I think they're doing their best. But it is very consuming, and so for him to even carve out time today, I think is it shows how important this is. But I guess what I really want to make sure that everyone on this phone knows and understands is that Dr. Seidel and I have had conversations, and what I want him to know too is that we are at the Wyoming Business Council willing to help him execute this shared vision. And if there are things that we can do while he's unable to, or because of the practicalities of his current role and the current challenge ahead of him, we are standing at the ready to help out with that, and to be able to execute on these visions that he has, that we share, to do that. So, it's important to us. It's important for all of us to have this level of enthusiasm, energy, and experience from a leader at the university is not something we should take for granted. And I think it's something we should run at really hard. And I just want Dr. Seidel and the rest of the board to know that the Business Council sees what a gift this is, and we're ready to run. So, making sure that we all understand that is really, really important. So thank you, Dr. Seidel, for your time.
Thanks, Josh. And I'll just say, it's my pleasure to have this conversation. The other conversations I'm having do not have nearly the enthusiasm because it's about cutting the budget or yet another COVID-19 conversation. So I'll tell you, this conversation is sandwiched in between two meetings I already had on COVID-19, and then I'm going out to have lunch with a very disgruntled donor of the university because of the frustration around the Mountain West Conference decision that we had to take. So that's where a lot of my time's going. But we'll get through this. And I just can't wait to really be firing on all cylinders with you all.
Thanks, Josh. I think, Aaron, do you have a comment?
Just one briefly, because I know we've got to get rolling, but I'm very encouraged by your presentation. I would put a lot of emphasis on some of the BRN stuff and trying to move that as quickly as possible. And also having patience with that. We've had a lot of patience over the years, and so trying to figure out how we can move that needle quicker rather than then later also being very sympathetic to some of the things that are sitting on your plate, understandably. The other piece, though, that I want to touch on, which I think is so important that nobody here will be shocked by, but is your conversation around the technology elements and the university and playing a larger role. I think there's some AI opportunities that we've really missed in the past, some opportunities that were given to us and sitting on our platter, and we didn't jump on them as we should have, and so we really missed the boat. And so I think coming in, I have a technology company in Cheyenne, and I think that's a huge piece, and so I'm very excited by some of your comments there and look forward to how that rolls out, and also if there's anything I can do to help there, open to doing that. But I think it's tremendously important and something that's been seriously underplayed.
Thanks. So Aaron, I just want to respond to that for a second. So I spent a lot of time. So one thing I didn't say, at the National Science Foundation, I did oversee the national computing, big data, software. I saw all the programs in all those areas across the country. So I got a real experience base, plus being the director of NCSA, National Center for Supercomputing Applications. So I think a lot about these things. So in the last few years, I was very active in organizing, helping to organize proposals out of Illinois for both artificial intelligence and quantum computing initiatives. And in fact, we won, I say we, meaning Illinois, they were just announced last week, a big initiatives in quantum computing, and about at least $150 million went into 7 centers for artificial intelligence applications. And I was involved in them. And then I asked here, who was involved in this at the University of Wyoming? There wasn't one. Not only didn't we win, we weren't even at the table with any of the winners. And these are national consortia that were put together. So I'm already trying to organize what I can to change that in the next round. So I totally agree with you.
Very good.
Anybody else have any comments or questions? Okay, well, just a last comment for me. I think maybe what you're picking up from this group is we're all business people and we see these unfortunate circumstances also as opportunities. And so that's why we're excited. That's why we're enthusiastic. People have to take modernizing our economy here seriously, finally. And so, I, for one, am really excited about that. I'm glad you're on the same page. So thanks for joining us, and I'll turn it back over to you, Mike.
Okay, thanks, Jason. President Seidel, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I guess I'll sign off now, but I'll be back. Okay, so look forward to talking to you more.
All right.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Okay, so we're moving on to PB&A committee. Kathy, we'll turn it over to you. We have Kathy.
Mike, I know Kathy was having some technical difficulties. Let's see if we can get her back in here. Kathy, can you hear us or talk back to us?
Yep, I just got back on. Thanks. Okay, so.
Just in time, Kathy. It's all yours.
Thank you. Well, that was timely, wasn't it? Okay, so we had a really great meeting of the PB&A committee on Wednesday, August the 12th. That was a long time ago. And there were quite a few people in attendance. And we, of course, talked a little bit about the CARES Act and the business relief updates from Amy and Josh. And now Amy is going to talk about the quarterly financial report because Lindsay is still on maternity leave with her baby Oliver. So we get Amy today.
Thank you, Ms. Committee Chair. We have a surprise guest today that I wasn't expecting, and we do have Lindsay on the line. She has actually asked to remain not on video for obvious reasons, because I'm sure she's got a little one in her arms. But you are correct. We did add to our accounting family in July, and Lindsay and her husband Ryan welcomed a new little baby boy, Oliver. And so they now have a family of 4. They have a little guy, Owen, and this new little guy, Oliver. So congratulations to her. She's on maternity leave through the middle of October, but I'm very happy that she was able to join today and to come on board. And if I'm sure if there's any questions, I bet she'd be willing to take them. But I will do my best to fill her shoes. So what you're seeing in front of you right now is the Q4 financial update. And so as a reminder, we actually just ended both a fiscal year and a biennium. And that biennium ended on June 30th. So we have started a new biennium as of July 1st. The financial update does reflect the date period of July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020. And so you can see here, I'm not going to go through each line item. I am going to point out some high points though for you. So you can see that we came in under budget. We came in at 85% of our budget. And the way it works at the end of a biennium is that funds are then reverted back to the state. So we did revert some funds back to the state. And given the budget situation that the state of Wyoming is in, that we were very happy and pleased that we could do that. One of the things I want to point out though, and you'll see it specifically in the regional office line item, you can see that we were at 71% of the regional office budget. And I think that's very indicative of the limitation on travel and how much we really started working virtually in that last quarter of the year. And so the regionals do tend to be our road warriors and they travel significantly. And you can see that the impact of everybody staying home and relying more on technology, specifically in their budgets. And so we have been traveling significantly less at the Business Council. And one upside of that was it did help our budgets. So scrolling down, you'll also see in the federal funds area something new. You will see a line item for the CARES Act Business Relief Program. And so you've heard a lot about that. You received an update from Josh on the Business Relief Program, but it is being reflected in our Q4 financials. So while we did and have paid out much more than the $43 million that's reflected here, keep in mind this $43 million actually was for the period that ended on June 30th. And so the rest of those funds and the funds that we've received with Connect Wyoming, as well as the additional $225 million for the Business Relief Program, came in the door after June 30th. And so that's why those numbers are a little bit lower than what the entirety of the Business Relief Program shows. In future financial updates, you will see the Connect Wyoming and you will see any other federal CARES Act funds that we have received. Lindsay always does a really good detailed walkthrough of these, of this report, but I also feel that because it's as detailed as it is, much of this is self-explanatory, and so I just wanted to point out a couple of those high points. If you go down to the second page, you will see the budgeted expenditures by the funding source, and so this is just another way for us to view the data and to show the balance and the budget used to date, and also the different categories that are coming into place. Ms. Committee Chair and members of the board, any questions on this financial report?
No, Amy, I don't have any. You did a great detailed job. Thank you.
Thank you. And as Committee Chair Tomasi mentioned, we did present this financial report to the Personnel Budget and Audit Committee on August 12th and did discuss it in more detail. So what I would like to do at this time is ask for consideration of the Board of Directors of acceptance of this quarterly financial report.
So we need to have a motion to accept the financial report. Do I hear a motion?
I move to accept the financial report. This is Erin.
I'll second. This is Alex.
So is there any discussion about the financial report? Hearing no discussion, it's moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I think we're good. So Amy, you're done for a minute, I think. Do you have anything else to add?
I can briefly talk about the personnel report as well as the
Okay.
fiscal year 20 fiscal audit update. One other point to add on this on budgets, and this is not reflective of the Q4 financial report that you just accepted, but please note that because we're in a new biennium, as you may recall, we did restructure our budgets and we have new budgets. I'm sure you've not forgotten our joint appropriations meeting in January. So now we are operating under that new budget, and you will see a slightly redesigned Q1 financial report at the December meeting because of that budget restructuring. And so it looks a little bit different, and we'll make sure that that Q1 financial report is reflective of those changes. So you'll see the impacts of all the changes that we've worked on for the last year in our next financial report. The personnel report is now on the screen in front of you, and this was provided by our HR manager, Hava Case. And you can see we've had some farewells, we have some vacancies, and I know Josh talked about those in his CEO report. And then we also, at our PBA meeting on August 12th, reviewed a new telecommuting policy that we've rolled out within the Wyoming Business Council. And so you'll see the details of that policy here as well. And it's interesting, as many of you have experienced in your businesses and in your lives, the world has changed with COVID. And so we have formally enacted a telecommuting policy that will stay in place even once our COVID restrictions are no longer in place. Many of us are working in the office. Many of us have continued to work from home. And we feel like it's actually been very successful at the Wyoming Business Council. And so what we've done is formally put this policy in place. You'll see in here that we're encouraging individuals to do it on a part-time basis with a maximum of 3 days per week, so that we still have some interaction and FaceTime with the team as well in the hallways. But what this telecommuting policy has resulted in is that we actually are shaking up and changing how we're utilizing our space at the Wyoming Business Council in the Cheyenne office. As you may recall, we've had 2 different buildings in Cheyenne. We've had the Cary office building and the Becker office building. And with the telecommuting policy and with COVID, we have changed the way we work. And I think we've changed the way that we work forever. And so we, in light also of the budget reduction responsibilities that we have with the state of Wyoming, we are in the process of closing the Cary office building, and we'll put all of our entire team in the Becker office building. And so we're very excited about that. We plan to have that that change in place by the end of October. And so it's definitely going to be a new world for us on all fronts. And I think our work environments, both in the office and in our home offices, have been a very efficient way for us to work. And so we look forward to what's to come in that area. I also wanted to point out on this telecommuting policy that we have specified the difference between telecommuting and remote workers. And the reason why we did that is that because we do have individuals on the Wyoming Business Council team who are not based in the Cheyenne office. And those are part of our remote work team, and they will continue to not be based in Cheyenne. That is just fine. They are absolutely, we have team members all over, some working at home and some working in far corners of the state. And so we did go ahead and specify between telecommuting and remote work. Any questions on that telecommuting policy or some of the space and office changes that we're facing?
Amy,
I just
go
want
ahead.
to add that we had a lot of discussion about this, and there were a lot of good questions brought up, and the staff, Amy and Josh, were able to answer everything that we had questions about. So it was great discussion.
Kathy, I have a quick question for Amy.
Great.
Amy, the 3 vacancies, the openings that we have right now, those, if I remember right from our meeting, those can be located anywhere in the state? Those could be remote workers?
Yes, that is correct, Kim. Those could be remote workers. And so I think that's, the other thing that we've learned with the business relief program and also through COVID, that our business council team is pretty darn solid, and it does not matter where you're located.
That's awesome.
Yep. Any other questions? Ms. Committee Chair, I see one from Josh Durrell.
So,
Yeah, Ms. Committee Chair, thank you, and thanks, Amy. Real quick, I just wanted to add something about what I think maybe the committee didn't mention, but I think is a really important component of what we were talking about when it came to telework, as well as the office situation that we have in Cheyenne. I think in a global way, our team came up with a number of ways to reduce our budget. And so these were ideas that it wasn't necessarily some sort of top-down directive. We've got to do these things and here are the cuts. It was really a collaborative effort, and our team really came together with cuts and ways to get to our budget reductions in ways that would maybe not necessarily hamper our way of work, but also something that they saw as, being part of it, and they saw as ways that we could actually accomplish it and have a minimal impact on our work and our efforts. And so I think that office move is one of those examples, that there were a number of them. And I do want to say, we at the Business Council are a team. We really get together and try to figure things out in a way that is not, we're not directive or things like that. It is a much more of a team atmosphere and a way how do we accomplish this goal? And the best ideas come from us collectively. So, good work on that, Amy, and coordinating a lot of that.
And I believe there's one more question, Amy, for you, or a comment.
Yes, who's that coming in from?
I just have a phone number, so let me look.
Okay.
I don't see it on here, so.
Okay, well, I'll take care of the last item then, which is
Okay.
an update on the fiscal year 20 audit. So we are moving forward actively with the fiscal year 20 audit with MHP, who is our audit provider. They have actually scheduled an entrance conference, which the Personnel Budget and Audit Committee will be attending on September 16th. And then they will be on site for the financial audit work October 12th through the 23rd. They did do some pre-audit work, specifically around the CDBG federal program on the week of August 24th. And as you can imagine, the CARES Act funds that the Business Council has received are actually playing into our audit. And we've been working very closely with MHP on the impact of those CARES Act funds. And MHP is working very closely in turn with the State Auditor's Office to make sure that they're fully understanding from the U.S. Treasury all of the CARES Act requirements and things that they'll be wanting to watch for and look at with our CARES Act money. For this fiscal year 20 audit, that will only include the CARES Act money that came through to us through June 30th. And so we will absolutely have CARES Act audit responsibilities in our fiscal year 20 audit as well, or our fiscal year 21 audit as well. So just wanted to give a quick update there and let you know that the auditors are on board. They're helping us through with the CARES Act piece, and we'll be sure to make sure we dot all of our I's and cross all of our T's in that area. Ms. Committee Chair, those are all of my updates.
Well, thank you, Amy. I appreciate it. You took over every course of this today, didn't you? We have had some great discussion in the Personnel Budget and Audit Committee, and it's very exciting. You should all join. But again, kudos to the team at the Wyoming Business Council, because they have done some great things. The building lease was a huge thing, I feel. And as Amy just said, there have been some changes with the budget, of course. And I think that you're working around and through the whole thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Committee Chair. And honestly, as you well know, that the team that participates closely with Personnel Budget and Audit, which is Hava Case, Lindsay Orr, and then Warren Appel has been very heavily involved in that building lease too. So a big shout out to them also.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Kathy. Josh, do we have time to like pick one of the after lunch items and do it before we go to lunch, or do we break? If we have time, let's go ahead and bring the first one on if that's available. That would be Main Street.
Mr. Committee Chair, Matt Ashby, the the chairman of the Main Street Advisory Board, is not yet on the line, sir.
Okay.
We had told him he wouldn't be closer till noon. We also do not have any of the other participants from the Women's Council. Ryan is, of course, here, but we do not yet have Lauren from the Broadband Council either.
Okay, so maybe Josh, then I have a question for Josh before break. Can you give us an update on the beef stuff, activities in the state, Josh? Beef processing, that question that came up from one of our other board members as well. And then finish that, and then we'll close for lunch and then come back at our regularly scheduled time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There have been, just to kind of give everybody a feel, there was a program announced very recently around beef processing and how to incentivize that and utilize the CARES Act funding to do that. That's a program that's being run through the Department of Agriculture at the state, but we are heavily involved in helping with that. Our agribusiness manager, Jill Tragimba, has been working with Doug Miyamoto and others at the Department of Agriculture, as well as discussing those programs within the beef industry here in the state, how to put those together. We've also been asked and have provided some input on how to develop a program and be able to do that with a lot of efficiency. I think our work with the BRP as well as Connect Wyoming has given us, definitely taught us some lessons, and we want to share those with other agencies so that as they're developing programs with this CARES Act funding, that they can do those as efficiently as possible and avoid any pitfalls that you might have when you're doing something for the first time. So we've been in sort of a technical advice realm as well as an industry advice. And Jill, our agribusiness manager, will continue to be involved in looking at reviewing applications and working with the team at the Department of Ag to help those CARES Act funds be distributed throughout the state. Did that answer any questions that folks might have had on beef processing?
Looks like you got it, Josh. Thanks.
Great.
Okay, so I guess we will break for lunch, coming back in at noon.
Good to go, Mike.
All right, looks like we're all about ready to go.
Mr. Chairman, just as a clarification on the agenda, Main Street Program Manager Linda Klink is out on leave this week. So filling in her stead and introducing our next speaker will be our project coordinator for the Main Street program, Kayla Clare.
Okay, thank you, Warren. That's awesome. So I guess we will hand it off to Kayla to introduce Matt and get this agenda item going.
All right. Well, hi, everybody. My name is Kayla Clare. As Warren said, I'm the Main Street project coordinator for our Wyoming Main Street program. Matt Ashby is our advisory board chairman, and I believe he's been a member of the board for the advisory board for several years now. And he also is works at Ayers Associates. So we'll go ahead and introduce Matt Ashby. I believe he's pulling up his presentation now, and he'll deliver just some updates of the Wyoming Main Street program over the last year and give you some facts and figures. So I'll hand it off to Matt. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Kayla, for that introduction. It's great to be with you all virtually today, and certainly hope that we all can get together in person again sometime soon. But to kick things off, I wanted to thank you on behalf of the entire Wyoming Main Street Advisory Board for giving us this opportunity to interact with the Business Council Board more closely. I think we've got a lot of different opportunities that we can leverage with one another to hopefully improve the overall business environment across the state of Wyoming. So wanted to provide you with just a quick overview of some of the activities that we undertake. And I know that many of you may be somewhat familiar with the Main Street Board, but wanted to give a little bit of background on our direction. So we are established as an advisory board under Wyoming state statute, and we focus on revitalization, which means the process of increasing economic activity while preserving and building upon a location's historically significant characteristics. And currently there are 5 of us on the board. We do have 2 vacancies that we're looking to have filled here shortly. And we do have representation from around the state, including myself with a public service background, but now in consulting. Marla Brown is a city clerk from Rollins and provides us with great local municipal background. Bruce Heimbuch is a former Main Street program manager and is also the chairman of the Cheyenne DDA board, DDA Main Street board. Jennifer Ford out of Jackson is a business consultant and provides us with a great breadth of experience and understanding. And Roger Miller from Sheridan is the local mayor there and definitely gives us a connection with the local governments that we serve. So we are here for Wyoming and certainly are looking to build upon our relationship with the Wyoming Business Council Board. And according to statute, our job is to assist the council in developing an operating plan for the Main Street program. We are tasked with annually reviewing the program and making recommendations for future legislation to the governor, as well as presenting an annual report to the legislature for consideration. And much of the information that you see here is wrapped into our current 2020 report. So about Main Street, we are locally powered, but nationally backed. The Main Street America is the organizing umbrella that provides for coordination across the country for various programs. Locally here in Wyoming, our state advisory function is provided through the Main Street program under the Business Council. And this program is deployed in our various local communities. And you see 3 of those here on the screen right now. Across the map, there are many communities throughout the US of different sizes and different organizations. But here locally in Wyoming, we have 3 different levels. We have the certified level, which means that the communities meet the national requirements of the National Main Street Center. And we do have 8 communities that are certified. We also have affiliate communities that are growing their programs and working towards that certified status. And then we also have an aspiring level of programs that are really exploring the Main Street program and how it can help their community. So certainly representation from all across Wyoming in this program. We do follow a strategy that's closely aligned with the Wyoming Business Council and really focus on adding value economically to our communities and generating jobs and sales tax revenue and increases in property values. We also look to activate the communities that we are a part of through events and different promotional activities that have an economic basis to generate activity for local governments. And then finally, leveraging resources. You know, you probably won't find a group of folks that are able to use such small resources to generate outstanding results. And really that's a testament to our local program managers that if you give them a grant program, they will find a way to leverage that program multiple times to have a huge impact on their community. So 3 areas that we really focus in on. First is that Main Street is really, we are the pioneers of economic development and adding value to local communities. And you're probably familiar with traditional elements, including banners and beautification and flowers and murals and art. But you might not be as familiar with some other programs regarding building enhancement and economic development. You know, certainly you are familiar though with the First Security Bank in Rock Springs, one of several really outstanding redevelopment projects that the main streets across our state are involved in. We've also been involved in launching several COVID response activities through our communities. And one of the more innovative ones was the virtual Easter egg hunt held by the Cheyenne program, where they used 3D camera technology to provide virtual tours of different businesses to encourage people to then shop and get to know those businesses. So definitely some exciting and innovative things. And in addition, one of our signature events is the Best Practices Tour. And last fall, we were able to coordinate with the Colorado Main Street program in touring around Granby and Steamboat, Colorado, and then bringing those Colorado folks to Laramie and Rawlins to immerse ourselves in discussions on how to do the Main Street process better. So we got a lot of great ideas out of that immersion event. We're also cultivators of genuine local experiences and really leveraging the historic aspects of our Wyoming towns to invite people to really sink roots and introduce them to the benefits of opening a business in Wyoming. And some of the things that you're likely familiar with as far as traditional Main Street activities, obviously events and festivals like the Hunters Widows Night Out in Evanston are some of the things that folks have come to love. But certainly our placemaking installations here recently have become indispensable as businesses have had to adapt to provide outdoor seating to address the social distancing issues. So our placemaking installations were pioneered over a year to 2 years ago and really have become the norm across many of communities across the country even as we look to pivot and find new ways to provide business opportunities. And as an extension of that, in Laramie, the Hollyhock Commons project recently was a partnership between the City of Laramie, the Laramie Main Street Alliance, and some other community organizations to provide an outdoor plaza space where different restaurants could deliver food to and continue operating and offering business, keeping those businesses afloat during these difficult times. Obviously, historic preservation is an important component of our efforts, and the Old Stony up in Sundance, we're really excited to see that project coming to fruition. And then the third area I'll highlight is our grassroots economy building. You know, again, our Main Street programs are experts at leveraging resources. It's just always amazing to me to see how they take a small amount of money and volunteer labor and really make amazing things happen. But as far as leveraging those resources, Wyoming Main Street recently helped to host a Marketing 345 workshop. And these were intended for business owners to be able to give them additional tools to be able to market their businesses and additional resources. And these workshops were held across 3 of our Main Street communities. Additionally, we've been partnering with the Wyoming Economic Development Association and the State Chambers of Commerce on the Shop Safe, Shop Smart initiative to really encourage people to shop local and appreciate that there are safety measures in place to welcome them back to our downtown businesses. And certainly we're looking forward to getting back to a more normal circumstance with the Small Business Saturday coming up the weekend after Thanksgiving and welcoming folks to shop in those local businesses. So as far as Main Street, it is an approach that is tried and true and certainly works as far as a return on investment. In 2020, during our reporting period, we experienced 141 net new jobs created in downtowns. As I mentioned, those volunteers are critical to the Main Street approach, and over 16,000 hours were leveraged and valued at over $400,000 worth of funds leveraged in those volunteer hours. Additionally, 39 net new businesses were opened, and across 215 building and infrastructure projects, we saw nearly $22 million in public and private leveraging of funds. Main Street's been around for just over 10 years now, and looking at the overall impact of the program, it's outstanding to see the results of what we can do when we do work together. And I think the bottom line number is that for every dollar that's been invested in the Main Street program, there's a return of $3.51. So definitely a huge and impactful program. Looking forward, certainly we're experiencing challenges associated with staffing and budgets, and our charge is to continue helping Wyoming's communities. And so we are launching a Main Street Light program that gives opportunities for different resources through the Main Street program to be able to reach more of Wyoming's communities. And so we'll be rolling out that program here later this year. So with that, I've covered quite a bit of ground, and I would open it up to any questions that might come from the board.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Any questions for Matt from the board? Looks like. Go ahead.
Matt, I was just curious, and I'm hoping you had so much great information in your presentation today, and obviously Wyoming Main Street in the grand scheme has done amazing work per capita. So how much federal funding is leveraged in the Main Street program? And I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah, and that's a great question, and I may need to defer to some of our staff members for assisting with that. There are some funds that are leveraged at the state level as far as program funds that come in from say the National Main Street program does provide some technical assistance to us. But really, I think where that question is really most directed is how many of our local programs leverage federal grant dollars, because each of those programs has initiatives that rely on CDBG funds. One item that I can tell you about very specifically, and this is putting on my consultant's hat, we have used recently, just a couple of weeks ago, we were able to deploy a COVID adaptations workshop in a community that my firm is working on a EPA brownfield grant in. And basically we were able to merge the Main Street approach with using those EPA funds to be able to provide consulting and business assistance and adaptation suggestions. So, for each community, it's going to be different. I would maybe see if Julie or one of the other staff members are available to try and dive into that question a little bit deeper.
Can I dive in? This is Pam. Kim, to answer some of your questions, I know just personally, but other communities, maybe not as many Fed funds as we would always like. I'm going to wear my DDA Main Street hat for a minute, but the statewide, and Julie could hop in here, or Kayla also. I mean, we've gotten ARP grants, American Express grants. So the diversification, and I was trying to write as many down, but Matt mentioned CDBG, but ARP, American Express, there's been some smart city grants. So there's a big array of grants that, like Matt said, the local communities have received that they've applied for directly.
That's perfect. I should have said non-state of Wyoming, because that's all important. Anytime we can get outside funding into the state of Wyoming and on into our downtowns, that's fantastic.
Yeah, I know. Matt and Kayla, correct me if I'm wrong. I want to say I think we had discussed at one of our meetings a couple months ago that there's an average of about 15 other grant sources that we as communities pull from. Like I said, American Express, ARP are the two that stick out with rise to the top.
Mr. Committee Chair, this is Julie. I can just tag on to that a little bit as well. We just recently received $40,000 from the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Rural Development Program for deploying in both Main Street and non-Main Street communities, but we also get some support from the National Main Street Program in terms of funding that they have available. So yes, Pam's correct that there's funding from a number of sources that flow into the program, both into our office as the state coordinating entity and also into the local programs directly.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, just want to thank you for your time and for the great presentation there, Matt.
Well, thank you all. And again, like I said, we're looking forward to the time when we can be with you in person and have a little bit more one-on-one time to be able to answer questions and really discuss how our programs and the different resources that are available can work more seamlessly together and leverage one another really for the benefit of our communities. And I think that's going to be a great discussion for us to have in building a even stronger partnership than we've already enjoyed. So thank you all for your time and the work that you do, and we'll see you next time.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, we'll move on to the Wyoming Council for Women update. I guess, Sarah, you're going to lead the discussion here.
Again, I think I'll just turn this one right over to the chair of the Wyoming Council for Women. Jenny Wilmetti is here, and she'll give us an update on what the council has been working on. And with that, take it away, Jenny.
Thank you, Sarah.
My name is Jennifer Lametti, and I am the current chair for the Wyoming Council for Women. And I'd like to go through some of the things. Thank you for having me here. I'm very excited to be here to share this information with you. And I'm going to share a few of the things that we have been working on, where we're looking to go in the future, and hopefully where we can make some impact in the state and continue our relationship with the Wyoming Business Council. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. All right. Okay, so a little bit of the history of the Wyoming Council for Women. We've been around in some form or another since 1965, and you'll notice that we became official, and state statute sets what we are to work on, and political and legal rights, employment procedures, home and community, and educational opportunities, which is pretty broad. So just about anything that we could come up with to work on would fit under one of those categories. We've kind of been under some different agencies and departments over time, and we were moved to the Wyoming Business Council, and with the express purpose of focusing on wage disparity, and the legislature allocated $81,000 for a wage disparity study, which was published in 2003. All of the documents that I'm referring to can be found on our website, or I would be happy to send them along and share them with anyone who is interested. That study came out in 2003, and we're looking to do an update, which I'll talk about here in a minute. So we've been kind of trying to figure out where we can make the biggest impact. And so in August 2019, we decided that we wanted to look at trying to collect and disseminate information so that we could try to help stakeholders in the state make effective decisions based on information that is very important data relating to Wyoming's women's issues. We also really want to try to recognize women positively. We have so many great examples of women who are impacting the state, and we think it's important to put a focus on them. Some of our current projects that we are working on, we just finished up our Entrepreneur of the Year project. For the past 3 years, we have picked an entrepreneur from the state of Wyoming who is making an impact in their community. This year's recipient was Lexi Garrett, who owns Alexis Drake in Cheyenne. I encourage you, if you haven't been to her shop in downtown Cheyenne, it is an amazing shop, and she is really building a very successful business. You can see our two previous recipients, Ariane Jimison of Pizza Corello in Gillette, and Kyla Bowers, Altitude Drug in Pinedale. We continue to see increased interest in this project, and we're really excited to get to highlight all of the nominations every year on our Facebook page to increase, hopefully, traffic to their businesses and to acknowledge what they bring to the community. We partnered with the Wyoming Women's Foundation in February 2020 to present the Self-Sufficiency Standard and Calculator. And this is located on the Women's Foundation's website. And the information is provided to tell people just exactly how much does it cost to live at a minimal level in all of the different counties in the state. And we're looking at what would be the absolute minimum that you would need to be able to make per hour and per year in order to be considered self-sufficient. And it's a very interesting study. It brings a lot of data to the discussion. And it also makes it possible for people to go to the calculator and plug in numbers for their community to try to figure out, so how much would it cost for a family of 4 with a toddler and a school-aged child? How much would it cost to live in, say, Evanston versus Jackson. It's really fascinating information, and it really does have a lot of uses. So if you haven't had a chance to look at it, I recommend that you take some time with it, because it really does bring a lot to the conversation. We just finally got the information from the survey that we worked on with the National Association of Commissions for Women. And this is of course, national group of commissions that wanted to find out what are the issues that women are facing in their communities, and then be able to compare them across the country. And I have some of that data for you that I'm going to share with you right now. We asked, what are the most important challenges facing women where you live? And this is looking like at the community as a whole. And you can see what some of the issues were that they highlighted as being concerns in their community. So access to affordable health care and insurance, childcare, equal pay, affordable housing, balancing the demands of work and family, and too few women in leadership positions were some of the top ones. And they were allowed to answer up to 5, so that's kind of why there's no percentages on them, because that would make the numbers really interesting there. The next question was, what issues are you personally facing? And you'll notice that there's a difference in what they think women in their community are facing and what they personally are facing. And that's because probably some of the people who responded were a different demographic than what they saw in their community. But you'll see that some of the same concerns pop up: affordable health care, too few women in leadership positions, balancing the demands of work and family, equal pay, etc. So even though they show up kind of in different numbers, they're kind of the same issues for the women in their community and themselves. So you can take a look at that information here, and we would basically say that probably from the data that we got, if you were to poll every woman in Wyoming, you would find that they have a struggle in one of the following categories. And they're the ones that I just mentioned, along with caring for aging relatives. That's becoming a bigger issue for a lot of women in the state. Barriers. We wanted to know, what are the barriers? What are the things keeping women from being able to get help with these problems? And you can see that they generally fall under the 4 categories. What are the services? They don't know what they are. They don't know how to access them. They're kind of afraid to ask for help, and we didn't delve into that more deeply, but that would be an interesting question to look at. And then finances. They're worried about how much is it going to cost to get some of these things. So with the barriers, we kind of decided that part of it comes down to communication. If they don't know what's available or they don't know how to access it, that's going to be a huge issue, and that's one that we're looking at. How can we be involved in helping that, and what can we do to try to make people more aware of it? And so we're looking at trying to increase our involvement in some other programs to be able to help with the communication issue. Another interesting question was, how responsive do you think your local government is? And you can see that it generally is somewhat responsive to not at all responsive, but it comes down to, there's kind of a gap there. And then if you look at the state government, it becomes even greater. The majority of respondents did not feel that their state government is very responsive at all. So that is definitely a concern. So what specific changes do you think would help the women in your region the most? And I actually put this together with the state as well, because basically the answers were the same. And one of the key elements that they thought was the most important was having more women in elected office, which of course is something that is near and dear to the hearts of my board. So that's something that we would like to continue to explore. And then access to healthcare, childcare, affordable housing, equal pay. Job training and skill development. That's one that we would like to take a look at more as well, because we all know that if people have good skills, they get better jobs, and that will help to decrease some of the issues with the gender wage gap. So with that, the future of Wyoming. So the Wyoming Women's Summit, we are going to hold that in 2 weeks. And we've invited representatives from several different groups and agencies from across the state to join us so that we can discuss some of the issues that came up in the survey. And we really want to try to make a connection with these groups so that we can figure out what are they working on, and how can we work with them to help reach their goals. So it's really designed to try to make sure that people know what groups are out there, what everyone is working on, and how we can work together. So we'll be having that in 2 weeks, and we hope to have a great turnout. The status report on women. This is a collaboration with Wyoming Survey Analysis Center, Wyoming Women's Foundation, and the Equality State Policy Center. And we will be hopefully having that published in early November 2020. And we want to do a full status report that will be able to tell people across the state, important stakeholders, what are the barriers for women to participate in the labor force? What are the issues that women in leadership are facing? And where we can go from there, and how we can improve some of these barriers to make it so that we can improve growth opportunities for Wyoming. So we're very excited to see the data, and I hope that if this is something that you are interested in, you ask us to return so that we can share that information with you after it is published. I want to point out our new logo. You'll notice that we often are called Wyoming Council for Women's Issues, and that is our official name. We found that it had a negative connotation because people were like, oh, women's issues. And we really want to stress that all of the issues we're dealing with affect not just women, but men, women, children. And so we want to really focus that, yes, it is the Wyoming Council for Women, but it's not just looking at issues that affect women. And here are our current board members, and we have a few open positions, but we're hoping to have a full board soon. So we're very excited to welcome some new board members. And finally, if you would like to see any of the information that I've talked about today, or if you would like to follow us on Facebook, this is where you can find us. So at this point, I would stand for any questions from the board.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I don't have a question, just a comment. So I couldn't take it any longer. I had to go look at the calculator that you had. It's awesome.
Yes, we were very happy to partner with the Women's Foundation. They did a great job on it.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
So I have a question. So Jennifer, you mentioned several things, and you just mentioned it again that you partnered with the Wyoming Women's Foundation. Can you give me a really brief description of what's the difference between the Wyoming Council of Women and the Wyoming Women's Foundation? Can you explain that to me a little bit?
Yes, I'd be happy to. The Wyoming Women's Foundation is part of the Wyoming Community Foundation, and we are actually a state governor appointed board. So the Community Foundation exists in a different kind of realm. They're working on many of the same issues, and they have a lot of the same goals, and we do talk to them a lot and work on different projects with them, but they're part of the Community Foundation, whereas we are gubernatorial appointees. So we're more government-based, and they're more kind of like the nonprofit sector.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Jennifer? All right, well, great job. Thank you for the information and sharing the report.
All right. Thank you very much for having me today.
Okay, our next item is our Broadband Advisory Council update, and Ryan is going to lead us in that. So, hello, Ryan. How you doing?
Hey, doing well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On our for our Broadband Advisory Council update, I'll pass it off initially to Amy Grenfell on the upcoming appointments.
Hi, thank you, Ryan, Mr. Co-Chair. I wanted to bring forward a topic around, there are 2 open positions currently on the Broadband Advisory Council, and they are 2 open public at large positions, and we publicly advertised for those openings on May 13th via a public press release, and solicited applications, and that application period closed on May 31st. The process that we've followed in the past when we have openings, and that we followed this time as well, is the applications were reviewed, and then a short list was submitted to the executive committee of the Business Council Board of Directors, who reviewed and interviewed those candidates. And so at that time, the executive committee, I believe, would like to make a recommendation to the full board of directors around those open positions. And so, Mr. Co-Chair, I just wanted to, I'll turn it back to you as a representative of the executive committee to talk a little bit more about those interviews.
Okay. Thanks, Amy. So we did conduct the interviews, very simple, 3 simple questions. And we had some really good candidates. As we've kind of gone through that, I think we have a recommendation to fill one of the positions, I believe is the recommendation. And that would be, the recommendation would be to seat Wally Walski with USDA to one of those open seats, and then to potentially sort of re-advertise for the second position, and maybe even advertise with a little more geographical specificity on perhaps where the person would come from. That's my take, and I would like to let Erin talk on this. I know she's been heavily involved in the broadband stuff as well. So Erin, you want to rehabilitate any of my comments? That would be great.
I think you did a great job, Mike. So as Mike said, the USDA is a very important partner as we talk about broadband. There's a lot of federal funding that comes through the USDA that comes into our state to support rural broadband. And so having Wally fill one of those positions on the seat is a key partner, is just really important. And so one of the reasons for that particular recommendation, I think the piece that Mike talked about was there's definitely some rural areas in Wyoming that are in great need, and we're hoping to allow a focus to get a good rural representative of some of those areas to really help bring out some of that voice on the board, especially not only as we talk about the funding that just went out, that we as the Business Council and that was recommended to us this last go around. That funding is going to make some great strides, but as we talk about maybe some of the gaps that might come that are still there, as well as what phase 2 for the Broadband Advisory Committee and for Ryan in his capacity, what that looks like, making sure we have that key representation in terms of geographic on there is important. So as we were kind of going through, we thought we might have that covered, but as we kind of delved in a little bit deeper, we found that there might be some gaps there. And so that's what we just kind of want to go back and explore a little bit more to make sure that we have that key position filled on that council. Does that help?
Great job, Erin. And just want to thank you for sort of your efforts in being the board liaison back to the advisory council. It's as if you don't have enough to do already, right?
Right. Thank you. It's definitely an exciting time. So And I will tell you, Ryan and his team and the advisory council is doing an awesome job, and there's some amazing things that are happening this year. So very exciting.
Okay, thanks. We do have an action item for the appointment, and would certainly entertain a motion for that. If Aaron or somebody would like to make that, that'd be great.
I will move to appoint Wally Walski to the advisory committee, accepting the executive committee's recommendation and going back out to look for that second position.
Okay.
I would second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thanks everybody for that. And I guess next item is the Connect Wyoming applications. I'm assuming you're going to run with this, Ryan?
Yeah, I'll help out with this. I'll share my screen here. Okay, if everybody can see this. As you know, the Connect Wyoming project and the CARES Act funding was moved along very quickly, and we asked our providers to, of course, send us the information as basically as they saw fit and within the proposals. So with that, we had we have a change here just based on the awarded amount versus the amount originally applied for. Charter Communications applied for $337,319 in PAL, but due to looking at the different spreadsheets, only $128,699.85 was awarded. So there, that is the original application amount, and same in Riverton, the total amount was awarded where they only requested $827,498.88 for Riverton. So need to adjust those two amounts to match up with the original request. And then secondly, in Crook County, Aladdin, Wyoming, we had a proposed contract on 8/14/20 that was not accepted by the awardee. There was one other qualified proposal that was submitted and that was declined due to offer provided by previous awardee. At that point, Visionary Communications was contacted regarding this change and provided commitment. So their Crook County Appendix DD grant request is 1.754,753 to provide service into Crook County.
And Mr. Easley, if I might, just as a point of clarification, we will need an action item and a vote both on the changes to the approved amounts for the charter contracts, as well as a motion second and vote on the approval of the Visionary Crook County proposal.
Okay, so let's take the first one, being the, I guess, the adjustments. Could you put that slide back up for us?
Oh, absolutely. The first one being
Yeah,
charter adjustments.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a recommendation to adjust the awards as presented here by staff recommendation. Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved. This is Erin.
Second by Chuck. This is Kathy.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Did you get the second there, Warren?
Yes, sir. Mr. Kenyon.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. So the next item, you want to throw that up for us there, Ryan?
Absolutely. That's the Crook County, Aladdin, Wyoming change.
So in this one, we're doing a like a withdrawal of our previous funding and approving the visionary contract. Is that correct, Ryan?
That would be correct. The
Mr. Coach-
contract was provided, but was declined.
So the original project was with what provider?
Range telephone.
And that was like fiber to the home, I think, as I recall.
That's correct.
And so they withdrew from that, and now Visionary is stepping up for that same amount? Or is this a different amount?
Yeah,
Mr.
Sorry, go ahead, Warren.
Mr. Easley, if I might, yeah, Range withdrew the proposal for Crook County, the fiber to the home proposal, because they were concerned about the deadlines associated with the permitting. Visionary, under the original round of applications, had provided this proposal, and this was deemed, since it involves primarily fixed wireless, was passed over in favor of the fiber to the home project.
Okay. Okay, so so this was basically the second runner-up, I guess you might say, the runner-up, or the next project in line after Range, the Range project. Okay.
That would be correct.
Ryan,
All right.
how much was the first contract that they did not accept? Was that for the same amount?
No. It was from a different amount. I can look that up here.
I'm just concerned about the monies. Are we overextending, or is it? It's not. It's less.
Yeah, it is less. Sorry. Yeah, it is less by about $100,000 approximately, probably a little more.
But Mr. Co-Chair and Ryan, Pam, there's enough funding in the fund to cover, there's enough funding in there, even if there had been a little bit of sway in this on the increase side to cover. Not all the funding was used, and so, but this one is actually less, but just to kind of let you know where things sit. And I will say that this is one of those, Mr. Co-Chair can actually speak to this a lot better than I can, but this particular area is one that is in great need and one that's a priority zone for Wyoming, and has been a priority zone for Ryan and the advisory council to make sure this area is served. So since Range decided to step out and not provide that service, this is something that's going to be much appreciated and needed for those communities up there.
I also think that just to maybe add to the pool of discussion on the questions here, I believe it will have a wider coverage, although there won't be broadband to the home. I think we'll see probably a significantly higher subscription to the impact on the number of homes that will have wireless.
And just in this specific application, Crook County's was identified actually by my predecessor, and then has been reinforced since I came on in January. Spent several conversations with the commissioners, and especially Commissioner Whalen up there. They actually took the revised edition off the Broadband Enhancement Program and published that in Crook County, of which that was before we knew that Connect Wyoming was coming about. And at that time, once I knew that Connect Wyoming was coming out and that maybe there is additional opportunity or different opportunity, they tabled their process for the Broadband Enhancement Group to go through Connect Wyoming. And this is pretty much a direct result of the groundwork that we laid through the Broadband Enhancement Program, and then being able to follow up with CARES Act dollars as well.
being able to open up that corner of Crook County with broadband is going to be huge for the businesses that are existing. Plus, I think we'll see a lot of remote workers, that type of thing. That community will develop. So I think it'll be a big positive move for us.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I can attest to Mr. Co-Chair's statement that this particular, while the monetary amounts are honestly similar, this proposal actually covered a greater area. It's just with the fiber to the home being a priority, and then removed this provided additional opportunity to Crook County and responding.
Okay, any other discussion? I think we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, we don't yet have a motion or a second on this one.
So moved.
Okay, there we go.
Second.
I think I was trying to bumble through the motion specifically, which is where Mike was getting that, or Mr. Co-Chair was getting that from. So.
Okay, thank you all.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Hoops. I wanted to note that I'm abstaining. I want to abstain on the prior vote too, just because I'm an applicant. I don't want to be involved in either vote. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Next item, I guess you're in the hot seat now, Aaron.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Co-Chair, we have a couple of things. Julie and her staff have been hard at work, trying to prepare for a conversation around the allocation for our BRC funds. So that's where we're going to start. We have two applications on for conversation, as well as we have a rules conversation. So individual committees have been put together to kind of review these rules. The rules that Julie's going to bring before us when she gets to that point of the topic are really a lot of kind of housekeeping cleanup type of stuff. I really want to encourage the board kind of as we're going through these applications and we're still having a continued conversation. COVID kind of busted maybe our schedules up and brought in a lot of things for our staff that have been working on, but we really want to still be talking strongly about our board philosophy as it relates to BRC funds, especially as state funds are getting tighter. So that the regional managers, as well as the communities that they work so closely with, have a really good idea of the philosophy and how we're going to be applying our votes to applications that come in and where priorities and stuff will be put. So, so I just want to kind of keep that in mind as Julie's going through these applications, as well as, you know, our conversation and things. So, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Julie and her staff to kind of walk us through each one of those items.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, Aaron, and members of the board. It's nice to see everyone this afternoon. Sneak preview, I guess, on the rules, which we'll discuss in depth later, but one of the things that staff worked hard to do is to remove from the rules anything that was outside of being really the nuts and bolts of the program, how to access the funding. And so we took out anything that could be related to this particular budget cycle, to policy, to this particular board's philosophy, the strategy at this current time. And all of those things won't go away. They'll still be consideration, but they'll be dealt with in documents and policies and procedures outside of the rules themselves. And so one of those pieces is the allocation memo. And I think it's probably one of the more critical pieces of how the rules function. And so I just want to, I guess, lay the groundwork for, this is still a really important piece of the rules function, but the allocation plan is not required by rule, and it's not required by the statute either. It is the prerogative of the board to establish an allocation plan, and there had been one early on in the program, and then it went away. Because there had been a significant reduction in the funding for the BRC program in 2016 for that upcoming biennium, the board at that time determined that they would establish an allocation plan to guide the disbursement of funds. It was intended to, if you will, peanut butter the funds across the 2 years and the 8 quarters that applications can be considered, so that opportunities would not be missed in the 7th or 8th quarter, if you will, and something great came along and there would still be funding available for that. So that's how it came to be. Some of the considerations at that time and that have really continued since that time for this allocation plan are that it should be flexible versus being very rigid, that it is not a hard and fast rule, that it has, it's a guideline and shouldn't be implemented just very rigidly. It can be revisited regularly by the Business Council Board at your choosing. It prioritizes funding and does so as it's currently set up by project type, and there's a little bit of a nod to historical use in the amount of funding that's applied to each category. So that's how it's currently structured anyway. And then one of the rules that was initially established was that higher priority projects, such as a business committed project, could pull money from lower priorities within the allocation up to meet the needs of a business committed request, for example, but that it wouldn't work the other way around, that money from business committed or community development could not be used to fund a planning request, for example. Initially, when the plan was set up, the way that it was structured was that all the money was divvied up, and then once a year, all the loan repayments, de-obligations, things of that nature, revenue recaptured would be added back in, and then we'd, divvy that out over the next 4 quarters. I can't remember the exact change. It was probably 2 years ago when the board decided, let's not do that just once a year. Let's do it every quarter, because funding's tight, and as that money comes back into the Business Council, it should be redistributed out to be redeployed. And so that change was made. So it's a fluid thing. These numbers change all the time then because of loan repayments, revenue recapture, and whatnot. Projects that change their mind, they don't happen for one reason or another, or a project comes in under budget and we can recapture some of that funding. So I've included in the memo that I provided to you what the allocation for the Business Ready Community Program has been over the years since the 03-04 biennium. You can see that it has changed remarkably from starting out at $8.4 million to a high of almost $80 million, and then now we're currently sitting at about 29 million. So, and it's changed over time too, with the inclusion of funding for data centers, for large infrastructure projects. There have been other pots of money that have been available to be used through the process and procedures of the Business Ready Community Program, but that were really independent pots of funding. Currently, the allocation plan is set up to provide for each quarter, whatever the amount is, 45% of that would be directed towards business committed projects. 54% to community development, which includes both community readiness and enhancement projects, and planning at 1%. We received 21.3 million in general funds from the legislature for our allocation in February, and 8 million from the Mineral Royalty Grant Fund. So it was a total of 29.3 million. Because of the budget cuts that we had to provide to the governor, we indicated that part of our agency's reduction would have to come from the Business Ready Community Fund, and we offered 2.4 million, 2.5 million, which leaves us a balance of $26,821,543. So we also had a balance to carry over from the previous biennium of over $18 million. So we really have available to this program at this time $44,829,702. I have broken that out, if you will, over what it means for the biennium using those priorities and percentages. You can see that there's about 20 million for business committed, 24 million for community development, and 448,000 for planning. What that means for this year and for this quarter is there's half of that, essentially, 10,086,000 for business committed, 12 million for community development, 224 for planning. And taking it right down to this quarter, there's 2.5 million for business committed. There is about 3 million for community readiness and 56,000 for planning. And it's possible that additional reductions in the budgets will be required. We already know that. If that becomes necessary, conversations at the Business Council have been that we may have to, again, dip into this fund to meet that reduction. And so we would have to recalculate these amounts if that comes to pass. So with that background and kind of what the current structure is, I would just ask for your advice and feedback. If this is a structure you wish to continue, if you'd like to rethink the percentages, the priorities, how we group the project types, it's really board's prerogative to structure this however you would like. And so I am open to the discussion and to any suggestions you might have.
Okay, let's open it up for discussion then. Feel free to jump in on any questions, comments as it relates to not only the allocation plan, but I also think maybe a fair question to consider what's the total that we should actually be putting in the allocation plan, as it seems like, we're at, with the $18 million extra, that's a number that if you look back at what we've had historically, it's a fairly sizable number. So, maybe it's the question of, do we want the allocation plan? Do we want to use the full amount in it? Do we want to hold back some for, for maybe the next time we get a budget, we don't have any coming our way. So I think all those topics are probably germane for the dialogue, and I'll shut up and let the board jump in. Any questions?
Come on, you guys. I'm trying not to be first.
Anybody but Kim want to talk?
Yes!
Out of the way.
I was waiting for Kim and Jason to chime in.
Yeah.
Timing.
Okay, I'm going to ask. I just have a couple questions, or maybe for Julie and it's the smallest category, but on the planning aspect, Julie, I know that there's some rule changes to make access to these planning grants more available, especially for smaller communities. I know within our board discussions, over the last 18 months, we have really, what we're asking communities to do is to be laser focused on the plan and the strategy for their community. With having less funds available, we really want people to plan accordingly and not have a shotgun approach to projects they bring forward. So, Julie, do you think there's enough allocated in the planning category to help those communities that may not have the expertise or the tools to do all of that planning without a formal plan?
Mr. Co-Chair, Ms. DeVore, I think there is.
Okay.
And the other important thing to remember is that in statute, we can't, and as I sit here, I know that I know this, but I can't remember the percentage off the top of my head. There's a cap on how much we can spend for planning in statute. We're nowhere near that amount by saying 1%, but I think we're at about half. It might be about 2% of our allocation that can go to planning. So we've got a little wiggle room there. If we see that communities are wanting to do more planning and we feel like, gosh, the board should revisit that and put some money into it, I think we have wiggle room to do that. But what we've had in there so far has been sufficient to cover the planning requests. And so I think it's okay, but certainly there's room to add to it if that becomes a need. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
I have a question, if I could throw it out. I know you're about ready to jump in there, and
Yeah, no, go right ahead.
So could you bring up the slide, Warren? That's the allocation memo where it talks about the amounts by year that we've had allocated. Maybe it's behind the screen of everybody. Yeah, so if you look at this, this slide, and you add the 18 million to the 2930, that puts us at the 44,829. Julie, how does the 44,829 that we currently have available actually compare apples to apples to the 38 million, in 19, 20, 17, 18, and the 50 and those years were, how does it compare to that? Do those numbers, was there reversion in those years as well, or did we just get very conservative here this past year to keep the 18 million carrying forward?
Mr. Co-Chair, that's a great question. There were reversions that happened in those years, so we had some carryover. I think 18 million is probably the most we've carried forward. I think that it's a function of a lot of things. The board was conservative, but we also did not see the number of requests that we have seen traditionally in the past. That I think that's a function of a lot of things too. The communities are working with extraordinarily tight budgets as well, and match is hard to come by. There was maybe less, business activity as there was a bit of nervousness about expansions or what have you. So I think it's a function of a lot of things. I think where we're sitting right now is very comparable in budget to years past, and I am sensing from what I hear and what I understand we may be seeing for applications that there's going to be a little bit of an uptick in requests for funding this coming year from what we've seen in the year prior. Yep. So I feel like we're really positioned well with $44 million to be able to do some great projects that I believe are coming forward.
I guess that was my question is, when you take a look at the 44.8, we can't really say that our BRC budget is down.
That's correct. It's not down from where we've been in the past. It's a function of spending wisely in the previous biennium and of, things that just didn't come to pass for a number of reasons. And it's a lot of things, but we're not in a bad position right now. We have adequate funding to move this program forward in a way that has been done in the past. And that's not to say we don't have room for programmatic changes to address current needs, because I think that's the beauty of this program, is that it can be flexible to address, what's happening now in our state, which we couldn't have foreseen a year ago, but there's still so much of this program that's relevant and timely to address the needs that we see in our state right now.
I guess the point that I'm trying to get to is, and the question I want to just throw out is, should we be allocating the full amount and basically planning to spend that over the next 2 years, or should we be anticipating further budget issues with the state and hold some of that in reserve for maybe the next biennium? I think that's just a question I wanted to throw out to the group and see what people's sense of that might be.
So from a banker standpoint, should we put a certain amount of this in our savings account and only keep the rest in our checking? Because more than likely you spend what you see is available, except for last year for us.
Mr. Chairman, is there a risk that a significant level of reserve would be raided by the legislature?
I couldn't speak to that. Does somebody
Well,
have
I guess the question is are they, can they reallocate from this fund?
Yes.
Mr. Co-Chair?
I think they can, and I think it is would be a concern. But I also think, Mr. Co-Chair, I think the conversation that you're bringing up, I think, is an important one to kind of look at. I feel that we also, without doing that, I guess if we had great applications, would we deny those applications because we didn't know what was coming at us in the future? And I think that's maybe the question that you're posing is it worth holding something, not funding something that might come before us for something that we don't know that might be coming down the pipe?
Actually, my question is kind of the opposite of that, is would we be tempted to spend money on applications that weren't as great as otherwise, if because we have more money? I think that's the flip side of that question. So,
yeah.
Alex, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I think it's along these same lines, but I'm assuming once we encumber funds, they're encumbered and they can't be taken away at any point in time. And so, I think we could either save money assuming it's going to be taken at a later date, or if all the funds are expended sooner as opposed to later, then there's no opportunity. I think regardless, we still want to make decisions on what we fund, but I think, I forget whose comment it was, but I do think if there's a large surplus and it's implied that we're not putting this money to work, that there probably is, some legitimate fear that it could be raided at some point in time and reappropriated out of our budget.
Mr. Chairman, this is John Coyne. I guess my commentary would be as I've sat on the Business Council and watched projects come through, they've always been graded and funded on their merit. And I've never looked at the balance in the account, if you will, as a decision maker to that end. I think the process personally works well. And I think at the end of the day, if we found ourselves in a position where we were getting massive applications that were outstripping the funding that was provided to us, then that is an opportunity to lobby and leverage at that stage the value of what we're doing. But at this stage, I guess I would personally like to see the program continue to operate as it has, recognizing that, you know, there's not an unlimited amount of funds, but not be in a decision making where the funds come into play at this stage for who is provided or who doesn't. It's more of the merit base that we've tried to provide all along.
Any other comments, questions?
So, Mr. Co-Chair, I think another point to this, Ray, is in terms of the allocation and alignment with our strategy. Do we feel that the strategy that we want to take on this, that this allocation plan aligns with that? I guess the thing that I want to toss out, and Jason, this is probably one of your areas I was waiting for you to beat your traditional drum, right? Is that some of the conversation that we just had around strategy with Sarah is if we're thinking differently about what creating jobs in Wyoming looks like, and that it might be less focused on direct companies and infrastructure and buildings. And I'm not saying that that goes across 100% across all sectors, right? So it's just important. I think I'd like to just have that conversation. If we feel that our strategy in terms of how we're going to look at the type of projects that we're funding, because we're focusing on a different clientele, does this align with that strategy? Does this allocation plan align with that?
I'm glad you said that, but I kind of bite my tongue on this because you know, it's such a, I don't know, I feel like it's a structural, procedural piece of how we typically handle this, you know, and I remember when this came up last year, and I think we flipped the priorities a little bit, which was kind of a half step or maybe a tiny eighth of a step. But I completely agree with you. It's like, it feels like it fits an old model. And so I just don't know how far we want to go in terms of disrupting that, given the situation we're in. And yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely a proponent of completely rethinking this, given our strategy and our priorities. And it feels like legacy sort of policy, if you will.
And how, Jason, sorry, Mr. Co-Chair, we have these strategy discussions so often that I forget the formality. How much of that legacy, though, is still torn up or tied up in what's legislatively laid out for us? Because I think we have some work to do there, and we all know that. That's the next project on the to-do task list. But we still, we did shift, Jason, to be a higher percentage in that community development and change that enhancement and put it in that same category. My fear is if we shift, I feel like we're putting maybe part of the cart before the horse. If we limit ourselves to a bigger shift in percentage, ultimately we still have to focus on infrastructure. As much as that may not be where we need to go in the future, it's where we legislatively are now.
Yeah, Kim, this is Jason. That's why I'm hesitant, right? It's like, it feels like I agree. It feels cart before the horse. It's just hard because our cart's really fast, and And it's out there.
And ultimately, I guess there wouldn't be too much risk because we can move things up in priority, but we can't move them down. So there wouldn't be too much risk in shifting those percentages a little bit, because if we had a great business committed project come forward, we can always draw from below.
This is Pam. This whole and I'm new here and I'm wearing different hats when we have these discussions sometimes. I think that if we're going to that shift and aligning better, I think we need to maybe manage the message, or I know this is what we're talking about, but communities, if it says community development, and I know that we're asking the communities to align with the strategies, but just being cognizant of these municipalities or these communities planning on a project, and it takes years sometimes to get funding in place or get a business committed, that we are cognizant that as we're, and knowing this is coming down the pipe, changing, that we're changing the percentage, that we are very communicative to the communities. I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm sitting here thinking that just off the top of my head, doing projects that have taken 8 or 9 years with funding from the Business Council, and I know there's changes and we accept those, but I just want to make sure that if we're talking about reallocation and aligning, that when communities see community development, maybe I'm not wording this right, but
I think you're talking about our philosophy as a board in terms of what we would fund underneath community development with versus what we wouldn't. Is that, Pam, maybe where you're trying to go?
yeah, I think so. Aaron, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Yeah, I just want to make sure that, if we're going to be, like Jason said, putting the cart before the horse, that we're very aware of what we're trying to end result. And as soon as we think we have an end result, it's a moving document. So,
Which maybe we're overthinking the whole thing because it is a moving document. And we can alter it anytime.
For a good project. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's great. Kim, I mean, if you can just remove all the lines and all the columns, we should be good.
Awesome.
Okay, so I don't know how much the communities and the municipalities would like that, Jason.
I understand. I'm kidding. I
know.
I'm okay, like, with what we have. I mean, I think the bigger priority for us right now is how to prioritize. I don't think it's necessarily about these buckets. I think it's how we prioritize the money in general. More generally, like what are our priorities? What are we going to approve, regardless of which bucket it fits in here? I don't know. That's just what it feels like.
Agree.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, and I would just remind the board, all of this is up to you. If you want to rename those categories, it makes you more comfortable to align it with the strategic direction of the board, readdress the percentage of the allocation. That's certainly all your prerogative. So, this is what we've used in the past. Doesn't necessarily mean that it has to continue into the future.
Oh no, you just gave us a box of crayons.
I know, right? Why did I do that? I just want everybody to, remember it's all about where does this board believe this funding is best applied, and you have the flexibility, as Kim mentioned, to change this regularly if you want to. I mean, Pam has a point that communities work for a long time to develop projects, so changes like this can be disruptive or upsetting or whatever, kind of throw everybody for a loop. But you know, we're in a time where maybe it's appropriate to address things like, is it just community development, or is it, do we just call it business committed, or whatever the nomenclature is. It's what you're comfortable with and how you feel that funding for this program should be best applied.
Can I ask the question, Mr. Co-Chair? You know, so these two categories were put in there based on the programs we have had over time. Is that right? Is that fair to say?
Two categories in terms
Meaning
of what?
I'm sorry, three priority project types.
Correct.
That's kind of based on those programs, right? It's based on BRC and things like that.
Yes.
You know, it's like when you think about the overall goal of creating opportunities and jobs or job opportunities, it just is a funny way to categorize it, but given that initiative. I'm just throwing that out to the board. If you guys have any input or thoughts on that, like, you know, what was the priority? You know, the priority then was maybe a little different. It was a way to allocate funds evenly, so to speak, or to show how we prioritize those funds in different, you know, project types. But if the overall mission is becoming singularly focused, why would you divide it into three priorities?
I don't know if it's singularly focused, right?
I would agree.
You know what? Sorry, Kim.
No, I was saying I would agree with there. I do think there's always a place for business committed. We will always be looking to attract and expand business, and that's the perfect example of private and public partnership. I think there's always got to be room for that. I think what we've done, Jason, is we've tweaked what the definition of these categories are. And maybe that's not incredibly clear to the general public or the communities we serve as clear as it is to us. I look at community development, that category, and to me, that says business attraction, workforce attraction. That's it. Those are the two things that how do we attract businesses into a community? They are not committed yet, but being set up to attract them. And how do you attract workforce? Which is a huge focus for us going forward based on all the strategy discussions we've had. But to me, we've done that internally through defining what that community development category means to us, but that doesn't make it clear to the outside world.
Mr. Co-Chair, and Kim, I think this is Kim. I think what you just said, Kim, is exactly right. I think that maybe the clarity, because at one point, Jason, there used to be 5 categories. There used to be community facilities and downtown. So, I mean, I've seen over my 14, 15 years, these buckets change. But going back to that definition of community development, I think Kim nails it on the head. Is it that those two things still create jobs, which align with our philosophy and our strategies.
Okay, so Karen Fate just chimed in and said community facilities was a separate program before.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Co-Chair, I don't even remember where we're at. Sorry, Mr. Co-Chair and Aaron and Kim and Pam. You know, I guess, you know, so for me, like when I look at this, it's pretty structured and it fits the way we used to fund things, obviously. But so how, for example, if we wanted to really move the lever on how do we incentivize remote workers? How do we incentivize people to use the internet here through all these broadband initiatives? How do we do those things? I'm just not seeing those on this chart. And that's what I guess rubs me wrong is like, yes, we could do these things and these three things are all important, but where's the other stuff? Like, where's the stuff that we're really trying to, you know, look at as our opportunities? Like, you know, we know there will be infrastructural things. We know there will be community development, but there's also this whole other category that I'm not sure, you know, I don't see why it can't be part of this. I guess I do, because it's probably part of the legislation and we have to figure out how that fits. So.
And Jason, that's the challenge that we've had at WBC from day one. I mean, I'm sure any of you recognize the moment you come on this board and you attend your first meeting, you realize that what you envisioned WBC to be, which was a bunch of grant makers for the BRC program, that's only one small aspect of all the services that are actually provided from the WBC that are not funded out of BRC. That's the challenge we face every day, is the demand for our services is growing. And based on the allocation and the 18 million we had left over last year, the demand for BRC has not necessarily grown. But we can't fund our services out of BRC. Statutorily, not by our choice.
Mr. Co-Chair, this is Mr. Hoops. I got to agree with what Jason's saying. I'm the short timer on this board. I've seen it come and go, but if you got to be disruptive if you're gonna make some progress. When we were talking to Dr. Seidel earlier, that was music to my ears. That's really the vision that I've been hoping for the last 6 years being on this board. And if you're not disruptive, you're just going to keep doing the same thing. So however you prioritize these categories or mentally think about how you move into the future, I really feel you've got to focus on those things that were discussed earlier. We're making progress on broadband. We got a long ways to go. We got a lot of other things to do, though, that are technology related. So anyway, that's my 2 bits for the short timer.
Mr. Chairman, this is Julie.
Go ahead, Julie.
I would just like to, I guess, come back to where I started. This allocation plan applies only to the business ready community pot of funds, and it is not required. So if the board would like to dispense with having an allocation plan and just, staff is, we've done it that way before. We can just provide you with, here's the whole pot of money that's available every quarter that you consider projects. That's totally an option. Or you can stick with how it's been structured for the last 4 years. You can change how it's been structured. I'm bringing this to you at this particular time because it's the beginning of the biennium. This is the first board meeting that you've had since July 1 that dealt with BRC projects. And so, you'll be asked today to look at 2 projects that would be funded out of this pot of money. I want to be sure that that this allocation plan still is a tool that you would wish to use to guide you or not, and if there are changes that need to be made. So I want to make sure that everybody understands that this is only in regards to the Business Ready Community Program and not to any of the rest of the budget of the Wyoming Business Council. It's just this particular program.
Mr. Chair, just one more comment is in it, as Julie talked about that, I think it just even becomes more clear to me. I mean, what is our measurement? What is the ROI we're looking for? And if we have money as a business council that we are tasked with returning an ROI, and if that ROI is opportunities or jobs, whatever that ROI is, that should be the prioritization, not have we used the money in this bucket or that bucket. It just feels to me like, if we're going to set a priority or a focus, and I understand what you're saying by not a singular focus, but we have a metric, right? We're trying to figure out the metric, and we have to, whatever's going to maximize that metric, that's where we should put our efforts, our resources. And in this case, it's BRC dollars. So, and there's rules around what we can use those BRC dollars for. Yes, I understand that, but I'm not sure that means we have to allocate, according to local versus state versus, grant versus loan versus whatever. It's like, instinctually, it feels like we should go to the ROI, go to what is our metric. So I don't know if you guys have thoughts on that.
So I agree, Jason. The thing that bothers me about the allocation plan, and we've kind of talked about it, is that the higher we say it flows, but the higher priority projects flow. The lower projects go up, but the higher money can't go down. And what if there are some fabulous community development things that are essential in that quarter? I just think that yes, it flows, but it only flows up, and that's my thought.
Scrap it, rebuild it.
Thank you. A question, Mr. Co-Chair, if I might, maybe Julie, being the new person new on the board, I think I heard you say that at one point there were not these allocations. And so that would tell me that they were introduced at some point, I assume, by the board. And I'm curious if you have the history of what the motives were. Was there concern that things were out of balance, or why are they there?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Moore, Mr. Ahrens, that's a great question. The history of it is that we didn't have an allocation. Early on, I believe there was an allocation plan, and then there wasn't. I don't know when it went away, but there wasn't an allocation plan in place for a long time. In 2016, there was a significant drop from the program had been funded at about $74,000, and then we got funded at $38 million. And so the board said, wow, that's a big, change. And so with only 38 million, maybe we better develop a mechanism to preserve funding across the biennium so that we don't spend all 38 million in the first 2 quarters and then we just don't have anything to work with. So they developed this allocation plan to spread that money across all 8 quarters of the biennium and sort of guide their funding decision making. So that's the history. That's what precipitated this plan being developed. And as I mentioned, it's all up to the Business Council Board of Directors as to what happens with this plan. It can be done away with entirely. It can be revisited. The money flowing up but not down can be changed. That some of those considerations that I mentioned earlier, that it's supposed to be flexible, not rigid. It's supposed to address current priorities and not lock you in. And so if that's, if those are changes the board would like to make, or like I said, dispense with it entirely, all of that is on the table. I'm required to let you know, here's where we're at the beginning of the biennium, and here's what this would look like if indeed this structure is kept in place. But it certainly doesn't have to be.
Aaron, is there a committee recommendation on this?
We hadn't gone over this as heavily in committee, but maybe what I can toss out there is that I feel this gives us some flexibility. And Julie, if we need to revisit it, we can, correct? So if we outline it here, and if we can focus our energies on the philosophy that the board wants to put out, and defining, doing a better job of communicating those priorities and how we're looking at spending this money. And I would also ask, we had talked about this previous to COVID, and I know COVID kind of shook everybody's world and kind of mixed it up. But also maybe if Devin in the AG's office can go back and revisit the conversation that we had asked them to look into about some of our, about what limitations we actually do have with some of this, and being able to get, like Mr. Hoops and Mr. Kensler had really pushed, being able to get a little bit more out of the box with our funding, and if investment and other things are possibilities within this particular thing, I think that would be helpful as well. And that we go ahead and just stick with this allocation, but really work on how do we drum up and really push on the types of projects that we'd like to see.
Aaron,
oh, sorry.
Aaron, you get to pick who gets to talk since you're the committee chair.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Co-Chair, you can go, and then Mr. Kensler can go.
Well, I mean, I guess I would say I do remember in the several years past that as we were contemplating project spend, we were always talking about that our money was very limited, and I think that tended to give us a bar on our projects. I think moving forward, you know, every project that comes to us, and Julie, you're really good at this one, every project that comes to us is a great project, right? They're all really good ones. And it's really, I think maybe we just need to look at how we discipline ourselves, that when we fund projects, let's just make sure that we're funding the ones that are really, really, really good. And the ones that are just like really, really good, you know, maybe. So I think it goes back to what Jason was saying about ROI, is we should just be focusing spending our money on the projects that really, are really, really, really good, that are really, blowing us out of the water with their opportunities and impacts, that type of thing. I defer to Jason.
Madam Chair and Mr. Co-Chair, that's kind of where I was going, Mike, is I feel like that, if you're an investor, you need to invest in the things that you believe in the most, they're going to drive the most return. But at the same time, you have a responsibility to have a diverse portfolio, right? You don't want to be all tied up into one thing. And so I think that part of the framework makes sense to enable us to sort of force us to diversify a little bit, to keep that as a, as just a baseline for us. But we need to fund what's most important. And it may not be, one quarter, we may, there's that whole thing about the quarters and how we allocate monies by quarter and all that. It's like, what are these opportunities? What are, where are the biggest opportunities for return on that investment on the people's money, right? And how can we use our skills to help that happen? But at the same time, we have a responsibility to make sure that the portfolio is diverse. We're not talking about equal. We're not talking about equal across the state in every community, because that's a different thing. I just want to make that clear, is like, that we're going to have to go where we see collectively the best opportunity for the state. So thank you, guys.
Is there any other discussion, or do we have a motion that we want to do in terms of the allocation plan?
Do we have to, I'm sorry,
Go ahead,
Madam
Kim.
Committee Chair, do we have to motion on the allocation plan since it's already in effect?
Julie, it's a good
Do we
question.
need to act on that today?
Julie?
Mr. Co-Chair, Madam Committee Chair, Ms. DeVore, no. If the board's prerogative or the board's desire is to leave the current allocation plan in place, then there's no motion necessary. If you were to change it, then I believe that you would have to adopt the change.
Aaron, I would just recommend that we discuss this more in committee over the next couple committee meetings and bring back a recommendation should we think the board should take action and alter it.
Okay. Everybody, any comments on that? Everybody good with that? Okay. I like that as well.
I think it makes sense.
All right. Okay, perfect. And then we can, Julie, we could couple those in with our stronger conversations around philosophy, and maybe even have the AG's office talk to us a little bit more about what flexibility we do or do not have with those funds. We'll just keep pushing out of the box.
Yes.
That's right. And I also believe that because there's flexibility in dealing with the allocation plan and how we've removed some of those pieces from the rules to take them outside of the rule promulgation process so that we can be flexible with things like allocation and scoring and all of that. I think there'll be a lot of opportunity there to reframe how this board considers projects and how the board considers utilizing funding.
Yep, exactly. And I do think I would agree with Mr. Coyne in that we have really focused as a board in terms of our, looking at good projects, just as Mr. Co-Chair had emphasized, and making sure we're funding the things that we really should be funding and not the other ones. So I think, hence why we had the 18 million left over. And so I think as long as we can continue to have these good conversations here as well as in committee and be able to communicate those out, I think we'll continue to do well. So, okay. All right, so next, Julie, I think we're going to projects, correct? And then rules?
That's correct. And Noel Reed will be presenting the 2 BRC projects.
Okay.
All right, good afternoon. Let me get the board book shared here. So, all right, good afternoon, co-chair. Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. Noel Reed here, Community Development Manager. We kind of looked at the allocation and what we're looking at for dollars. So I'll just kind of go through this quickly. We have 2 projects before you today, one from the town of Grable, community readiness project in the amount of $600,000, and then a project from Sheridan County, an enhancement project in the amount of $500,000. So we'll start with the town of Grable's project. So the town of Grable is requesting $600,000 in community readiness grant funds in order to pave roads for phase 2 of their Grable Business Park. The town has already platted and recorded these lots and has begun the power expansion with Rocky Mountain Power. Plans and estimates are complete for the water and firefighting expansion, which will be paid from a dedicated water fund line item in the town's budget. The town will also expand natural gas and telecommunication services with a dedicated capital improvements fund line item. The Grable Business Park is comprised of 72 individual lots, and the town has sold 29 of the 72 lots to 10 businesses, with 8 of those businesses having already constructed their buildings or begun construction. Phase 1 of the Grable Business Park has been successful, and they have actually already sold 3 lots of the 36 that will be available for Phase 2 to a local manufacturer. This company has invested a significant amount of money on their property that abuts the town boundary. They also understand that the town will develop infrastructure as quickly as possible, but with no promise of paving by any specific date, since that is the project before you today. The town is moving forward with water and firefighting, telecommunications, natural gas, and power infrastructure upgrades in the coming months to allow this advanced manufacturing company to begin construction on their new building in the business park. Phase 2 of the Grable Business Park will help the state add value to core industries and more so to activate new economic sectors. Grable believes that there will be an opportunity in the post-COVID-19 economy to attract families and businesses from population centers to rural areas. For the last several years, the town council has worked towards making their community more business friendly. They have recently hired an economic development director and are working towards some economic and community development projects. The development of Phase 2 of the business park will allow the economic development director to assist existing businesses expand, as well as recruit new companies in new sectors. Additionally, in August 2020, the town participated in a community review process through our organization to engage in a long-term effort of strategic planning. During this process, the opportunities surrounding the business park were discussed extensively, along with diversifying the economy and assisting the manufacturing industry. The business park is located on a site of a former refinery. The town is aware of the potential for further contamination discovery due to previous land use and has a plan in place for any remediation. The site is under a voluntary remediation program with the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality. During Phase 1, some contamination was remediated during a site cleanup managed by the DEQ. If additional undiscovered contamination is still present, the town has a BP-funded bank account to help with that remediation. Their revenue recapture plan, I'll go over here shortly. The town is proposing revenue recapture to the BRC fund of 25% of their net revenue on the lot sold within Phase 2. Selling all 29 acres at the proposed $3,000 an acre will equal about $89,000 from the sale of all lots with Phase 2. While the initial appraisal of the original lots came in at about $6,000 an acre, the town has been selling lots from Phase 1 at the proposed $3,000 an acre as an economic development incentive, and the town plans to sell all the lots in Phase 2 at the same price under that same economic development incentive exemption. Thus, the revenue recapture back to the BRC fund will equal $22,252. The town will provide a 39% match in the form of cash, about $84,000, and in kind, the water, telecommunications, natural gas, and power infrastructure upgrades that they're doing, which equals about $292,760. Staff recommends funding as requested. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I know we have members of the community on as well that can answer questions.
Great. If there's any questions for Noel, but it might be better if we just hold questions until after the community has the opportunity, just in case some of our questions might be answered then. Okay, so our members of the community. So Warren, can you make sure, I noticed we earlier had got some comments that Grable is online to answer questions. Can you make it so that they can speak?
Yes, ma'am. They are in the room. They simply need to unmute on their end and they'll be good to speak.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Moore and Co-Chair Easley. This is Paul Thur. Can you guys hear us?
We can.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Mayor Foley is here. Right. And Jeff Thornton, our Economic Development Director, is here. I don't want to just start rambling on about this project. That was a perfect summary by Noel. But yeah, the Phase 1, that the Business Council provided $900,000 for the paving in that. section of the business park has been just, we're over the moon with how that's gone. And we did return $115,000 out of that grant award. And with the paving preparation that we've done to date, we're almost at the blue top level on the grade up there. So I think part of our engineer's estimate was 50, I think line item 2 on the paving subgrade prep is 59,000. So I do believe most of that is will be borne by the town because we've already started that road prep. Any comments from the mayor?
No, not at this point.
Did anyone have questions in general on how that first phase went?
I have a question. Paul, when did the first phase start? What year did it start? And how were the lots sold pretty quickly, or did they take several years to sell the 29 lots?
It was shortly after I came on board in 13. And we started developing it. The first 4 lots were developed, I think, in about 2015, maybe 2016. And so everything's kind of sold relatively quickly. We've had 9 sales with 1 pending for the 3 in the phase 1. So, or 10 sales. And so 2 or 3 a year since 16. So, and it's more of a regional, we've had 3 regional relocations out of our business park. 1 came from Burlington, 1 was an expansion out of Orland, and then the 3rd one was Basin. So we're looking at it as we don't want any other towns in the basin to lose their business, but if there is a relocation needed, we're the place to relocate to, central in the basin. And it just seems to be going gangbusters there. And still, even with the downturn, fast manufacturing, high-tech wiring harness manufacturers that are just to the west of our business park, they own, and some of their facility, most of it is just outside of town boundary there, but they were the company that bought in phase 2, the first 3 lots of the 36 that Noel had mentioned have already sold. And so they are just expanding and expanding, and now they're moving into the town boundary to expand.
Thank you.
Any other?
Paul,
Kim?
Madam Chair. Paul, so how many, in phase 1, how many jobs has that brought to your community? Just a swag. You don't have to be exact if you don't have it.
I don't have exact numbers. We had a few letters of, support that we were supposed to get from some of these businesses, and, they're busy and wrapping up construction season. I think the biggest was A.W. Hunt Construction, and I want to say they added a second crew. But I want to say it's between 5 and 10 jobs between all of the businesses out there. That there's 9 businesses have bought in the business park, and 8 have had improvements. So, but there's 7 businesses operating right now. So between the 7, if we have 10 jobs, I don't want to undershoot it and be too conservative.
Yeah, I think that's a low number, but I think that's a good conservative number.
Kim, this is John Coyne. One of the things that I can add from my perspective as the banker in town is the other piece that it has provided is backfill to the locations that these guys moved from. And so the direct business impact has somewhat been maybe a little more minimal than what you would think. But if you go to that secondary level where those businesses have relocated from and have been backfilled, you're probably putting on a multiplier of another 1.5 or 2 onto that number, given that Grable was landlocked, and this provided new places for these people to expand their current business models from.
Okay. And John, you might be able to help me with the next really nerdy question, because that would be, so what are the other exponential benefits that the town has gotten? I mean, you know, on its face value, you look at something and you say, oh, okay, a $600,000 investment by the state got us 10 jobs. But what's the other ROI impact on Grable and the surrounding community?
And so my initial one would be is this caused the town, and jump in guys, but it caused the town to actually readdress their water and how the water circulation and the pressures and the water tower, and basically creating a loop that created a better or more redundant system to the town's water supply. That certainly won't show up in any of the numbers, but was highly beneficial for the community through that process. The other thing that I would say in my own mind here is it gave kind of new life to existing business. I kind of tried to speak to that on the first end of this, but Grable in its commercial aspect is really limited in its ability to grow and to take this property that did have the historical contaminants from BP, basically breathing new life back into that and creating a footprint or a pad that could be launched from, was highly beneficial, because what it did is it not only created new investment and opportunity onto that front, but it also took, again, some of those businesses that they just didn't see value because they couldn't expand. So they stopped putting monies back into their existing infrastructure and brought that forward also. The other part to this is now with the area that's provided and the acreage that's embedded in here, we're also seeing a different kind of business take interest in the park because there's the space and the allocation. And I know through the tour, one of the kind of little gems of a Grable, Wyoming is that it has both rail and air service potential. And so I know a lot of conversations are trying to be had and being foundationed off of that, given that both of those infrastructures actually exist into our community. So I don't know if that answered your question per se, but certainly there's one of the things that this has done. And I will be honest, I was blown away by how fast those lots moved, because I think if you went back into any kind of absorption rate from an appraisal standpoint, it would have said years and years and years, not 3 years, and we'd be asking for a phase 2. This area just didn't have any of those kinds of opportunities before the grant money came this way.
Chairwoman Moore, I think Jeff Thornton, our Economic Development Director, wants to expound on that as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to exactly expand on it because John hit the point that it opened up a new world, but it really took it from a survival position into a great opportunity of thriving. And the slowest part of any new development is the front side, the front few people that jump into it, and then that gets the momentum going. But the timing and everything with post-COVID has opened up a bigger opportunity where we're prepared for it. And we're ready for that growth that we see coming here because of the COVID results. So I think this is going to be a thrust, not just an open opportunity, because we're positioned for a lot of diversity and new business, not 1 or 2 categories. But I think it opens up into multiple 15, 16 different directions that can have a far-reaching effect in the region, the community, and the state.
Great. And there will be no phase 3, just to let you know. We came to the business council for phase 1. We're here for phase 2. This is all the land we own. There's no phase 3 in case someone's thinking of that. one of the unique things, I know it was in our application, that we are going to incorporate, because our ball fields are up there just east of the business park now, but Jeff's working hard, and the mayor and all of us, to get an archery range up there and a BMX track. So in our application, it said they were going to be on some of the lots in the business park, but we found a better place. It's just north of the development here, phase 2. There's a little bit between the last lots and where the bluff falls off. So we're going to incorporate some rec out there as well. And with the light to medium industrial, it should go well. And the archery is the one we're working on now, and it's kind of off in the corner. So we don't foresee any conflicts between rec just to the north of phase 2 and or a light to medium business operating within a couple 100 feet of an archery range.
And Paul, can you speak real quick? I'm sorry, this is John again. Can you speak to the fact that this is a part of a bigger master plan, because you guys are also working extensively on adding new inventory for residential that would support the business aspect here too? I think it's important that you guys share what you're doing there also.
Yeah, luckily Grable, we finished off the 37 lot residential subdivision just as COVID was hitting, to make us all pull back into our shells on the fiscal conservativeness here. So we have a shovel ready development out there. We're still working on the power, so it's almost shovel ready. But these lots in the Frontier subdivision, it's called, it's just up on the bluffs, and that's part of the giant plan here of outdoor rec and the brand new pool here, and the lower hanging fruit that we talked about during the community review of outlining the buildings with lights on the main street, more weekend events, business park. So all of these things combine to make Grable that much more attractive. So it's not build it and they will come. It's more of a, oh yeah, by the way, look, there's residential developments, we have great schools, and you could relocate or expand a business here. So like John pointed out, these businesses, and we've had 3 businesses basically relocate from in town up to the business park, and those businesses downtown have opened up for other opportunities. The same is what we're thinking in the residential development, where, a first-year teacher and her new husband aren't going to go build a house in the Frontier subdivision. However, someone with a little more equity in their home down in town is going to hopefully buy up there and then free up their home. So we're trying to cover all our bases here, and it's not perfect, but we got to cover as many of the areas of economic development and community improvement as we can.
Great. Any other questions, Kim? It looks like you have a question.
I do, but let's let everybody else ask first.
Any other questions?
Just so Kim doesn't have to speak first, I'll ask.
Thank
you. Thank you for the clarification on the BMX track and the archery range. I think, just so I understand, it sounds like you're going to preserve those 9 lots for businesses, and then those 2 assets are going to be on separate land adjacent to the business park?
Correct. In lots that are really not applicable for business, but utilizing them to increase the enjoyment of the area and interaction with basically dead property, and now we're maxing it out into a high productive item.
You just made my 13-year-old self very happy, and my current self as a capitalist.
Great, this will be fun. We're ready to turnkey very quick.
Great. Other questions? Kim?
So guys, from a financial standpoint, do you have the fifth penny tax? How do you intend to fund the rest of your, I love the fact that you have a bigger picture. That's exactly what we're looking for. But how, I mean, the banker in me says $3,000 a lot. You guys, this isn't going to clear you enough to do anything with these. I mean, the concept of your economic development is to create the funds so you can sustain that. So what's your funding plan for the rest of your grand plan?
Sorry, we didn't clarify that. I thought it was in there. I must not have. The businesses, even though we use the state statute to sell these with an economic development incentive there for $3,000 an acre, the businesses pay an assessment back just for the power and the water. So those direct improvements. And so those are coming out of reserves right now this year because both of those projects are underway. The water project has not broken ground, but as Noel stated, the business park water and fire items, we already have line items in the budget. So all the improvements that are out there right now, and then the paving and the initial road work, that will be paid out of reserves, and then there's no additional funds needed other than regular road maintenance funds, a little bit, increasing a little bit of the road maintenance fund years down the road as those areas need maintenance like the rest of town. And the same with the water lines and things of that nature.
Also, we have the water, garbage and stuff like that we're getting funds back on too. So.
Yeah, and that was, the mayor just mentioned the the billing, the invoicing, the tap fees and such. So we can be putting depreciation away, depreciating the business park and that water line and putting money away for replacement someday. It would just fall into our normal enterprise fund management.
And as soon as people jump on the opportunity for a great $3,000 a month or $3,000 an acre, that initially that's going to be bringing outside money into the community with the development, the planning, lodging, all that immediately, very quickly starts revenue cranking through the community. So we want to get people in and looking as fast as possible. The competition is very high in rural communities across the country. We have to show why we're bigger and better opportunity than multiple other rural communities that are all trying to tap this. So our leverage is the opportunity of showing a very low entry dirt cost, but yet they're going to be bringing in construction and outside people very quickly that will give us a reverberating wide wake of extra outside revenue coming into the community.
And this is John. I think the other thing, try to answer your question, maybe on the banker side of the equation, is this land was actually owned by BP at one point in time, actually Standard Oil way back when. And because it did have contaminants in their process of cleanup and all of the above, these weren't assets that were sitting on the town's books at a marked value to begin with. These were literally just provided through that cleanup back to the town at literally a cleaned up zero basis styled cost. And so there's really anything you can add to the tax revenues through this process is additive. They're not giving away an asset at a discounted price or a subsidized price that doesn't give them value. And so I think that's maybe the missing component for the banker brain here is through that process. This was literally a free piece of land that anything that the town drives from a sale cost or a revenue standpoint is just additive to the bigger process. And in the room, if you will, recognizing what they did is they made sure that their ongoing costs of operation were supported by the fee structures that they're getting through the rebate or the assessment back in the electrical and the water and the ongoing fees and tap fees that exist. So I don't know if that helped clarify that.
That does. I just want to make sure that that there is a leverage, that any leverage opportunity to build the coffer for more economic development in the future is there. And the ROI on $600,000 is there.
Did I miss anything in that, guys? And for full disclosure, obviously I did not vote on this to begin with. I am way too intermingled on everything that exists in this project. And so again, I will abstain and stay clear of anything in that regard.
I would also just add into that, we're not so much as just getting somebody to come in and build a building, but really targeting the types of businesses that have a wide-reaching wake that relate to the region, the community, and even into the state, where there's a great increase in outside revenue coming in, not just one guy building a storage unit. That we're really interested in having very vibrant type of businesses that are going to add to many different levels. And so we've targeted that down and really done a lot of research on what those types of businesses are.
Right. And one of our requirements is in order to buy up there, you need to show that you're going to be adding jobs. That's one of our requirements, is that you will be adding jobs to your business to get the economic break. So.
Great. Are there any other questions before we move on? Okay. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. So we vote on all of the projects at the very end. We kind of go through those at the very end of everything. So we'll wrap this one up. And Noelle, if you want to take us on to the next one, but thank you guys so much for joining us today.
Right, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, Madam Committee Chair. We'll move on to Sheridan County project. Sheridan County is requesting a $500,000 enhancement grant for phase 2 of the Red Grade Trail System. The Red Grade Trail System is a collaborative project of the Sheridan County and the Sheridan Community Land Trust to develop public recreation opportunities in the form of about 27 trail miles. Phase 2 will develop 2 parking facilities and construct 11 miles of non-motorized multi-use trails on the portion of the Red Grade Trail System that lies on property managed by the Bighorn National Forest. Each phase of this project was designed to be fully functional and usable as a standalone, allowing the project to complete the phases as funding and resources become available. Phase 1 has been completed and is maintained through local funding for the Land Trust staff and volunteers. It should also be noted that I believe this says about $44,000 has been raised for phase 3. We actually received word yesterday that they received a grant from the Forest Service in the amount of $99,914. So they have actually raised $144,724 for phase 3 funding through community support. And that's really happened since the coronavirus pandemic began. Phase 3 will be a multi-year campaign with a goal of $100,000 per year until $700,000 is reached. And they've already exceeded their first year goal for that, having already raised $144,000. Here is a breakdown of each of the phases, what it costs, what the sources were, and some details of what is going into it. We are talking about phase 2 right here is what this BRC grant is for. The Land Trust currently spends $30,000 annually to maintain its existing 13 trails and estimates once the other phases are complete, it'll be about $60,000 a year. This has been and will continue to be funded via local community support, foundations, and state recreation trail program grants. The application discussed many community benefits that come from the trail system, from health, quality of life, incorporating the That's Why campaign in their tourism things, to local industry and business support for outdoor recreation and these trails. As you can see, we do have several quotes included in this write-up and recommendation from various business owners and community members throughout the downtown of how important outdoor recreation and the Red Grade trails are for them and for their business and families. This project aligns well with the Business Council's strategy by adding value to one of Wyoming's core industries in tourism and outdoor recreation and leveraging it to attract workforce. Many businesses in the area, as stated above, commented that their employees are attracted to living and working in the community, partly because of the outdoor recreation amenities available. In February of this year, Sheridan County adopted their comprehensive plan. Support for this type of project was identified under Goal 5.6 and related policies. And that Goal 5.6 states the county will support planning and extension of a regional non-motorized trails and pathways system. When completed, the requested Business Council $500,000 contribution will be leveraged by $1,070,000 in local contributions, as well as thousands of hours of community volunteer hours and support. Staff recommends funding as requested. The community has also sent some pictures in a video that I will share here really quick. Let me find it. So here is some pictures that they have of the Red Grade Trails system, some promotional things of what they're working on and what those trails look like. As you can see, they are the non-motorized version, so hiking, biking, those types of activities. And just a beautiful area as well, as you can see. And then there is also, let me share the video here. They sent us, it's just a 2-minute video here that really talks about their trail system. So let me share it really quick. It will open. Let me try to reopen that here. So give me just a second. But that, if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I know we do have some members of the community as well, and I will work on getting that video up here.
Great. Are the members of the community, Warren, are they switched over so they can speak?
Yes, ma'am. We have Renee Obermuller from Sheridan County on the line. We also have Brad Bauer from the Sheridan County Land Trust and Mr. Sean Parker from Sheridan County Travel and Tourism. So folks, if you want to make your comments, please do so now.
Thank you, Warren.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. It's Renee Obermiller, Sheridan County. We just want to thank you for your time today. Appreciate the opportunity to present this project. I will give all the credit to Brad Bowers, Sheridan County Land Trust, and his team. They have worked very hard putting this program together. It has been very, very popular. We just see more and more use every day for recreational activities. And I also want to thank Julie, Karen, Noel, and Brandy for all of their assistance through this project. We did put it on hold, and I think that was very beneficial for us to gather a little more information for you today. And again, I think Brad is the expert here. We'll leave the technical questions to him, but appreciate the opportunity today.
Great, thank you.
I guess I'll go next.
Brad.
Maybe everybody else is
Oh,
muted. Oh, Brad, are you going?
go ahead, Sean.
Madam Chair and everybody, thank you for having me here. I'd like to just say what a tremendous asset the trail system has been to Sheridan County. I moved out here roughly 10 years ago and saw the seeds of the land trust work starting to take shape. And it's been a real boon to the quality of life from a local perspective. It's fantastic to have access to these trail systems right on our doorstep, but they're also an incredible boon to the travel and tourism economy. Thousands of requests coming each year to our office for people looking for hiking trails or biking trails, and it's great to be able to send them out on just a really short drive to one of these trailheads rather than a relatively long haul up on the mountain when many are just looking for a quick way to get out and stretch their legs before seeing more local attractions. We use it as a bit of a bait and switch. Instead of sending people up into the really rugged parts of the Bighorns, we'll send them out on a quick jaunt to one of Brad's trails and get them spending money in town, which works better for everybody. And events like the Dead Sweet Hundo bike race have drawn roughly 500 participants to town in only its third year. Before, we weren't really a bike race or a mountain bike destination at all, but an event like that generates hundreds of thousands of dollars for the local economy every year. So we're very fortunate to have that. And from a business standpoint, I can say that I'm very often brought in to aid community efforts with regards to recruiting and developing business leads, only because they don't have anybody better than me. But I often begin local tours with an exploration of access to the outdoors and the Bighorn Mountains, and I use our local trails as a gateway. When we can drive from my office 10 minutes out 5th Street to get insane mountain views on a great trail, multi-use trail, people take that and they think about that when they're comparing our community to others from wherever they might be visiting. And I can tell you, when we recruited Weatherby, some of the places that we visited were those land trust trails. So they're a great asset. We're a huge supporter of what Brad does. I can't convince him to shave his beard to make him more presentable for this meeting, but otherwise we love what they're doing.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. Miss Committee Chairwoman, I don't know what else I can add. I, like Sean, I'm new to the Sheridan area, or newish to the Sheridan area, and I'm an example of what we're trying to provide with these trails. Outdoor recreation attracts businesses, it retains high quality employees, it makes new opportunities for what is a great community. We're just excited to be part of this project that we've been developing with the county for years at this point, and it's gotten to this place where we're really excited that we have did phase 1 a few years ago, have large community success and support for them. We're ready to jump in to this next phase, phase 2, and we hope that the Business Council will be excited to join us with that, this leap into investing in our county or our community and helping create an atmosphere and a culture that's going to attract and continue to attract great businesses like Weatherby, and Hammer Chevrolet. Numerous businesses all express their support for this type of opportunity to having them be successful members of our Wyoming community.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any questions from the council?
Aaron, Madam Chairwoman, I'm sorry. I do have a question, and I don't know which one of you can answer this, but when I was reading the project synopsis, I saw you raised $44,810 for phase 3. Why didn't you put that just towards phase 1? It's phase 2. And when are you planning on starting phase 3? And I don't know if I'm confused about that or I just wondered why you're doing phase 3 instead of phase 2 first.
Is that Madam Chairwoman, it's a fantastic question. We structured the phases to coincide with, we separated phase 2 off to fit with this business council proposal. We didn't want to confuse matters by trying to add additional funding into this phase that we've been able to raise since developing the proposal. And so we kept out that $44,000 was plus now the $99,000 from the Forest Service all came in after our initial mission of this request.
Okay, all right, that answers. I think the trails look awesome. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair, I just had a quick question.
Yep, go ahead.
So a really cool project. I'm excited about this one. But did have a question about winter use. Clearly biking, horseback riding, and hiking are summer use, but I know that we're all looking for winter business. Since the slow season, is there any potential for cross-country skiing, snowmobiling, or anything on these trails?
Madam Chairwoman and Mr. Klein, excellent question. There is the Blacktooth Mountain Nordic Club here in Sheridan, and we've been in conversations with them about their interest in grooming some of this trail system as an opportunity that's closer to town for community members to get out and cross country, ski, skate, ski, maybe even fat bike in the future. That is something that my entity is hoping to, through that power of partnerships, have another entity be able to do oversee that grooming of those trails.
Thank you.
More power to the snowshoers. Doesn't take a grooming trail. You could do it all the time.
Are there any other questions?
Just a quick question, Aaron, back to Kathy's question. So will phase 3, now that you've done so much fundraising and it's been so successful, will that one launch sooner than originally proposed?
Ms. Committee Chairwoman Moore and Ms. DeVore, that's an excellent question. We started phase 3 last week.
Well, then that's a resounding yes. Great.
Okay.
Chairwoman?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Mark. So I just drove by that trail just the other day and I've used it. I know my kids have grabbed their mother and they've wandered around there in the fall. And so it's pretty exciting to see the amount of use. I was actually pretty surprised when they first started doing that. I was really wondering how much it was going to be used, and it's really become kind of a gem in the community. And so yeah, it's a great project, and I appreciated Sean Parker's humble comments about his ability as well.
Very good.
Madam Chair, I do have the video ready, and I'd be remiss if we didn't get to show this because I forced our video team to work about 75 hours this weekend. If you entertain us for a moment, we'd love to show this if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Great. Let me share my screen here. Okay, can you see that now?
Yep.
Great, here we go.
So cycling has changed tremendously in Sheridan over the last 15 years, hell over the last 2 years. I chalk a lot of that up to Sheridan Community Land Trust for putting down trail.
September, I moved out here from the Upper Peninsula, Michigan, tiny little town in the UP, Mass City, Michigan. I'm into the outdoors, the mountains, and hunting and fishing, so it was a pretty easy call to come out here. There's more coming, and there's more talks and more trails in town too. A lot of it, you know, it's funding, and we're lucky that we have such an awesome crew of donors throw down, open up their checkbooks for this, for these trails, because it is a huge asset to communities. I've seen whole communities grow and thrive due to trail users. You know, you bring in, you know, you have an active community in town, and that normally brings in a really active community from other places. Mountain biking, the community it's big, but it's very tight knit. So once, you know, trails start popping up in all these towns, it's not very long before the word spreads.
It's pretty amazing, and we see it in the numbers. It pans out in events like Dead Sweet.
Right.
They've grown to be one of the premier bike races in the Northern Rockies already in just 3 years. So
totally.
It wouldn't have happened if Red Gray Trails weren't out there. And of course, it was a battle to get those done.
Yeah,
politically sometimes, and between private and public interests. But now that they're here, I think that it's hard to argue against their utility and the benefit that they bring to the community.
People do start realizing that there is benefit, and you know, a lot of those people that aren't for them, you know, they'll come back to you 10 years later and say, you know, thanks for doing this. You know, it's been a huge improvement, and that's cool to see too. You know, you never shun anybody away. You always welcome people, because it's a privilege, you know, to have trails and to have a group of a community that wants to take care of them. That's even cooler.
Very nice. Okay, any other questions from the council? Okay. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. We appreciate your time for sure.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Hello, it's Renee Obermiller again, Sheridan County. I was remiss in just mentioning, but I think it's important, you know, to look at this project in a broader aspect of that public-private partnership, because we had 3 federal agencies, a state agency, all participating in this cooperative agreement. We had the Forest Service, we had BLM, we had state lands, the county, now the state, and then of course our nonprofits, the Sheridan County Land Trust. So, you know, that collaborative effort, I think, speaks highly on how appreciative and potentially important these types of projects are in smaller rural communities. So I just wanted to make that point.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you guys for joining us today. Okay, if there's any comments or discussion from the council, but also we will look at each one of these projects individually as we do each time and vote on them, but any conversation or comments or anything from the council or motions?
Madam Chair, Chuck Kenyon.
Yes.
I move that we accept staff recommendation to fund the Town of Grable's project.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Alan, I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to take staff recommendation to fund the Grable Business Park project in the amount of $600,000. Is there any conversation? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Okay, all those opposed? All right, motion passes.
This is John Coyne. I will abstain from any of the voting there.
Thanks, John. I do have your recusal noted in the minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the Sheridan County Red Grade Trails project for the tune of $500,000.
I'll make a motion, Aaron.
Okay, great.
John, I would second it.
Okay, great. We have a motion from Jason and a second from John to support staff recommendation of a due fund in the amount of $500,000 for the Sheridan County project. Is there any conversation? All of those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, all of those opposed? All right, the motion passes. Okay, again, thank you so much to the communities for taking your time today to join us, as well as all the work in putting together these projects. So, Mr. Co-Chair, I think, wait, nope, we have rules. Never mind. You're not off the hook yet. All right. Julie, do you want to walk through the proposed rules kind of at high level? I know we've gone over these in individual working sessions to just kind of walk through them, but Julie, if you want to give a high level recap to the changes, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, Madam Committee Chair, members of the board. This is actually going to be quicker than I anticipated because in having a conversation with Devin Kenny, our AG, we are not ready to ask for you to give us an official action to submit these rules. He still has to review them, and so what I would ask for today is that we did have all of those small groups that we were able to kind of walk you through the BRC rule changes. And just for the benefit of the public that's listening, we undertook rule revision because it's important to do so periodically to make sure the program is still relevant, to address anything that doesn't seem to be working well, to add things that might help the program to be better. Through the course of internal conversations between the staff of the Community Development Division and the regional directors, what we really landed on was a stripped down version of the rules, if you will. So these rules represent basically just the nuts and bolts of how do you access the Business Ready Community Program funding. And we took out anything that could be considered policy, philosophy, something related to our particular strategy, this budget cycle, et cetera, so that we could address those things in a scoring matrix, in the allocation plan, in the application and its attendant checklists and whatnot, so that what we do is make these rules stand the test of time a bit longer, that we don't have to revisit to make philosophical changes to the program or to, fix the allocation plan, as we had a discussion about earlier. We presented that and some of the real specifics of how we thought we would go about doing that in those small groups. And so today, I would just walk you through like a real quick list of some of the things that we've proposed changing, and based on the discussions we had in the small group, as well as we provided a draft copy of the markup of the rules to the board members as well. I would ask for any feedback that you might have, one, about the direction that we're going, or anything in particular that would give you some heartburn, I think needs to be revisited. Some of the highlights of things that we did address is that staff is suggesting perhaps a reduction in match for enhancement and planning. We added the idea of projects can be regional, so that maybe it would eliminate some competition and an unwillingness to reach across lines, if you will, to achieve maybe that critical mass in terms of workforce, population, funding for match, et cetera. We made revenue recapture and what that means and when it applies more clear in terms of the language and the rules. We added some more robust public involvement requirements, born of some projects where there just needed to be some additional outreach to particular industries, organizations and whatnot to make them aware of projects that were requesting funding. We added some language to address change in business ownership over the life of a project, that the infusion of state funds into a project doesn't die when a business is sold, that obligation to continue to report and on the performance of a business, the number of jobs hired and whatnot, is still going to be in place, even if a business is sold. We tightened up the language about job creation, and we also took the question of wages out of the rules because there are many different resources out there where we can make a decision about what's a fair wage for a particular job, what is an appropriate wage that we can expect from a particular industry without tying it to